as we made it somewhere up the side. I feel God, yeah, I feel ya. Ready for the sweetness in the time. Wash away your something say. We can get the good stuff of it. A cloudy play, a snow just stay. We can live them golf cart, baby. You want me, but you know it all, and me know, and me know. You want me, but you know it all, and me know, and me know.
Relájate, cariño. Relájate, amor. Toma caipirinha, siente el calor. No te enfadas más. Ven, ven, dame tu paz. Pasa lo que pasa, conmigo te vas, te vas, te vas. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa encendida, quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días. Noches, yeah. Sabes, drama no pega en verano. Olvida los celos, olvida rencor. Aquí no hay pelea, mi amor. Solo reggaetón, ton, ton. Solo reggaetón. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa encendida, quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días. Noches, yeah. quedes conmigo. No pude ser tu abrigo, pero piénsalo lo bonito. Esta canción para ti he escrito.
Chiquitita, pitufita, para mí tú más bonita.
Sin ti todo pierde sentido.
Mami linda, yo no quiero esta vida sin ti.
Oh, no, por favor te lo pido. Don't breathe it now. The Lord don't you can never know. Until I will, I lead you and never slide. And I hope or set and fire is what you want.
were golden in the night, chasing echoes, chasing light. Every beat reminds me to, I'm still dancing back to you.
Oh, we love to hear that. Okay, so we got to give the cat about 5-10 minutes. You know, he was real busy talking with the entire team. We're going to start very soon. We want to see you in the front rows. Front rows. He wants to see your faces. Wants to see your faces. I promise you don't bite. Come on, come. Thank you.
I'm still dancing back to you. feel like it'll feel ya. Ready for the sweetness in the time. Wash away your something say. We can get the good stuff of it. I cloud and play, I snow just stay. We can leave them off crazy. You want me, but you know it all, and me know, and me know. You want me, but you know it all, and me know, and me know.
Relájate, cariño. Relájate, amor. Toma caipirinha, siente el calor. No te enfadas más. Ven, ven, dame tu paz. Pasa lo que pasa, conmigo te vas, te vas, te vas. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa. Encendida quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días. Noches. Yeah. Sabes, drama no pega en verano. Olvida los celos, olvida rencor. Aquí no hay pelea, mi amor.
Moment that you've been waiting for. You flew all the way to CatLumpurr to lock in. Please give a big, warm Jupiter introduction to Meow!
Yo, 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 what's up? Wow. Hello, how's it going? Wow, what a year, huh? Crazy. Alright guys, so today is a really fun day for us, right? And I think we'll start by thinking about what is Jupiter, right? So first of all, this event is meant to be more of a friends and family thing. It's for us to get a team together and get our friends together to kind of discuss like what the future looks like, almost, right? So quick question: how many of you here find Jupiter kind of confusing? All right, some of you guys, right? So anyway, lots of people ask us, hey, what do you do all these things? How do you do all these things, right? And how do you even decide to do anything you do? So anyway, today we'll try to kind of like explain everything, right? So today what we'll do is this: we'll start the talk with three things, right? 3 ideas, 3 objectives, and 3 goals, right? With the objective of kind of helping everyone understand kind of what Jupiter does and what we do. Now, so 3 ideas. So the first idea, obviously you guys have heard like crazy, right? Is just use Jupiter, right? Now, this is a very simple statement, right? Just use Jupiter, but it really has lots and lots of implications, right? Firstly, from the product side, The whole point is to build a product that's so easy to use and so fun to use, right? That everyone tell their friends, just use Jupyter, right? But second thing is also a brand. How do you build a brand that is like super strong and super tight and super trusted? Such that everyone feels good telling their friends about that. And thirdly, obviously, is that you need a whole new user base, right, of evangelists. How do you kind of like create an army of evangelists who will tell their friends to just use Jupyter? So essentially, we think that this is the first key idea. And if we manage to, as a team, as a community, right, as a user base, get to this goal of just use Jupyter, then I think lots of things kind of like solve for itself. Now, the second key idea is the no one ships at Jupyter. Well, as you all know, right, Jupyter does a lot of things. And probably, so how do you do that though, right? How do we achieve a thing whereby we ship in a way that is highly cohesive, synergistic, as to each other? So one of the main things here throughout the whole 3 days, right, that I would love for you guys to see is the team. So the first thing is I need a team with like extremely high talent, high agency, and high ambition. So this is probably the thing that, and it's funny, right? In the world of AI, and the world of AI, and the world of social media and DeFi, right? Shipping has become very easy. But at the same time, shipping good stuff has become much, much harder, right? Because it's very easy to ship features, but making all the features work together well and come together well, and more importantly, ship in a highly cohesive way. It's actually very, very hard. But I think that's the point of what we do at Jupyter. We try to put everything together in a way that is like highly cohesive and highly powerful. Now, the third anchoring idea here is come to Jupyter. Over here, it means three things, right? Number one, whether you're a new user or old user, right? The whole goal is to make it like really simple for you to just come to Jupyter to do what you need. And crucially for the community, right? It's also to create a place where if you feel like a talent and you feel like you have something to provide to the ecosystem, you should come to Jupyter to kind of figure out what to do here. And over here is like, I would say something. It has been a very interesting journey building up the Jupyter community over the last 2 years. And it's actually really happy to see everyone here. And obviously everyone is like, we obviously went through a lot, right? We started a DAO, and we had many groups. And all of us, like, I would say that there are hundreds of thousands of people who really cared about a DAO and really work hard for work groups. And obviously, I think there was actually a lot of challenges, but we will never stop trying, right? In figuring out what is the best company structure and ecosystem to bring people in. Now, the third part to this is about the whole ideal ecosystem. This is something that I think we haven't done that well before, but in essence, I think over the next 2 years, right, we're going to work really hard on creating a framework to allow anyone, whether you're a talented developer or a token launcher or anyone, right, to come to Jupyter to kind of like grow and put it together. Now, next is 3 objectives. Now, the first one is like, the first objective that we have is like, we never stop trying. So, so one of the things that we really care about Jupyter, right, is like the idea of building the best thing ever. What does it mean? It means that whatever we do, every single product we try to build, we try to be the best. However, it's actually kind of not very easy to be the best. It often takes a long ass time because you need to iterate, you need to find out what you're good at, and there's tons of competition as well. So it's like this relentless effort, right, to constantly try to kind of be the best. And obviously sometimes it doesn't work, right? So it also takes our courage to aggressively pivot and recognize, hey, guys, we're probably not the best, So probably to switch or change or something to come to the best. Yeah, so I actually think that's actually a really core principle of Jupyter that I want to keep no matter how big we get, how small we get. In the sense that, how many of you guys still remember Mercurial? Some of you guys, right? So Mercurial is actually a really good example whereby we started something, right, and it didn't work out, but we just kept trying. We never gave up, right? Through all the crashes and through all the failures, we just keep growing and growing, and eventually, obviously, I think we built one of the best communities, products, and platforms in the space. So yeah, I think I'm going to hang on here for a minute because I really want to say a big thanks to everyone here who in the team, community, and teammates who went through this whole journey with us, and I do actually think that this is actually the underlying principle that will actually help us get through any problem. Yeah. All right. Now, this is probably the most controversial part of our, Jupyter project. So the thing that we gun for very hard, right, is the idea of full stack competence. Now, I would say with a lot of confidence, right, that Jupyter is probably the only team in crypto, or even kind of in the world, that aims to execute across the entire stack, right? No matter how low level you go, like running our own validators, or building our own cross-chain bridges, or doing calligraphy, to the middle layer, right? The full data layer, contract layer, UI layer, to the higher level of like marketing, via marketing partnerships. We really want to get to the point, right, whereby we are very, very confident of saying that, hey, no matter what it is, we can do it. And why? But why? Why do I do that? I think the reason is simple. I think, code is cheap, right? I think nothing gives you the kind of like confidence to do things or the ability to do stuff, right? Unless you just do it. And that's the reason why at Jupyter, right? And you will see a lot of them in the next 2 days. We try to really understand, hey, what are the critical areas of competence and capabilities we want to do, right? And we go after it hard, I feel like that is actually one of the things that we try to go really hard for. Because again, competence gives you capabilities, capabilities gives you opportunities, And so the whole goal is simple, right? We want to be a team that it doesn't matter what the problem is or what the opportunity is. We want to be able to do it. Yeah, so that's one thing. But obviously it's a problem, right? You run the really big fucking problem, right, of overstretching. So I think that over here is where I think that we have to work really, really hard at figuring out what kind of competence you want to build and how it works, how it ties nicely to things that actually add value to the users and not do too much. Yeah, but again, it's a risk. Yeah, all right. The last, I would say the last like key operating mantra, right, that we have is called synergistic compounding, right? Whereby, I think so far, I think we have done a pretty good job here, right? It's like, where you go from we started off as a Jupyter aggregator, and then we added on the perps and the portfolio, and we added on a whole range of systems, right? That kind of create the whole thing whereby where one plus one is equal to 3, right? So where every feature and every product and every user adds to the whole. Now, this is obviously something that I think is like pretty, it's like, when it works out well, it's amazing. You can see that effect in play for Jupeland when we were able to kind of build a world-class product by getting the right partners and getting the right users and getting the right assets on chain, right? However, now, the big challenge here is that if we don't do it correctly, right? Now, we run the problem of obviously having fragmented chaos, right? Now, and so it's actually really interesting because these things often go hand in hand, right? Often you need to actually let teams and products and users try things out, and it might look chaotic in many ways, right? And occasionally you try to put them together to synergize them. And that's the whole point of this event, right? Where we brought the whole team together over the last few days for the offsite. And then, yeah, hopefully over the next year, we will see everything come together synergistically. And lastly, is 3 goals. And now, people always ask me, right, hey, Miao, what is your motivation? Like, why do you do all you do? And what really drives you? And I think what really drives me is actually, honestly, it's FOMO. Right, it's FOMO. I think I personally see a world whereby I think the most powerful thing about this world we're living in, right, is that we're really headed towards a world whereby there's a universe of monies. Whether it's Bitcoin or gold or fiat or meme coin or any coin that you create tomorrow or dark RWA, all these things are considered monies, right? And they will all live together in one cloud, one unified universe. And I think that's the world headed now, And so everything that we do, right, from a long-term perspective, is that we want to actually be the access point of exchange, and point of creation, right, for this universe of monies. Now, and so the first thing we try to go for is the idea of universal accessibility. Let me share something with you that really touched me, okay? It's very interesting. In the past, right? In the past, say for example, like say in the past, say 100 years ago, right? Only the top inventions are all done by the prince, right? You have to be a prince or a really rich person, to make inventions. You get why? Because only he can get access to the tutors, to the knowledge, to the frameworks, right? he needs to learn. But these days, right, it's crazy, right? A young kid from Nepal who is broke, right, can actually get a much better education online, right, than some rich kid, in Europe, right? And why? If he's motivated, obviously, thanks to the internet and AI and everything. Now, and that isn't that an amazing like leveling field? And nothing about it. And nothing is this, right? Now, think of someone using a smartphone in Africa, and compare his phone to a phone that the billionaire uses. It's actually not that different, And so this hardware, this unification, right? This equalizer. So the big internet and hardware and infra has become great equalizers of society. Now, and I think the same will happen for monies, right? We must get to a point whereby like it doesn't matter who you are, where you are, anywhere in the world, right? How much education you have the same access, right, to the opportunities in the monies, right? That as anyone in Wall Street or anyone in London, anywhere else. So that is actually the reason why I personally go to new places like Nepal or Lebanon or and hopefully South America and everything to really try to understand where they are right now, right? And how do we actually kind of really bridge the gap? Again, the whole goal here is like universal accessibility, right? That means that it doesn't matter where you are, who you are, what you are, right? You get equal access to universal monies. Now, and the second kind of guiding principle is universal exchange, right? And that's the idea that, remember how we talked about earlier that in this universal monies, everything is going to live in one big universe, right? Now, how do we create a world whereby getting from one asset to another asset, doesn't matter where the asset is, it's going to be as low friction, as low cost, and as easy as possible. Now, and this includes anything from like fiat to Bitcoin to gold to anything. And this is only possible on chain. Why? Now, most people don't know this, right? But in the past, right, in the centralized systems, now you have like Nasdaq or SGX or the Malaysia Stock Exchange. All these things are highly controlled systems, right? And by the way, all fiat systems, right? We might think of fiat as more convenient, right? Because you use day-to-day and everything. But honestly, in truth, fiat systems are extremely, extremely controlled. You are not able. No one's actually able to actually use the fiat unless they are or switch or transfer fiat or switch fiat, unless they are like directly under a bank or central entity or central security venue, right? So, but obviously with the decentralized system or the change, right? We now have the opportunity, if we bring enough assets on chain, right, and into decentralized venues, we have the opportunity to build this universe where any asset goes to any asset. You can literally mint a new coin and use it to buy coffee, right? Anywhere in the world, instantly. And so that is the world we want to go for. And obviously that's why Jupiter started, right? Jupiter really started off by saying, hey, how do we combine all the liquidity venues on Solana and make it as easy to do it as possible from A to B? And what we want to do is to extend the idea, right, of universal exchange within one place to the whole entity. And to be clear, this will probably take like years, right? But that will be the goal. Okay, that will be the goal. We want to kind of get to the point whereby any asset to any asset is bang. Zero friction, minimum fees, no problems. Yeah. And again, this is only possible on chain, right? And that's the thing you don't know. But by the way, for anyone who's interested, go read up about how the US dollar moves around the world. You'll be surprised. Now, the third idea is the idea of like universal creation. And here is actually where I think it's the idea that, you guys know the Midas? Mr. Midas? The guy who touched, it became gold? The guy? So it's crazy because we have gone from a world whereby only nature can create monies, right? To a world where only government can create monies. To a world where any one of us can create it. And I think that is like such a powerful concept, right? And also very liberating, because what this means is that any one of us with attention, with mind share and persistence can be part of this creation process. And obviously it's also a reason why, against all odds and doesn't matter how much failure we go through, and we keep trying to be part of the launch game, right? And you'll hear later today about our latest episode as well. Yeah, but important for us. Yeah. So that's the Jupyter project. You know, 3x3 matrix. And so your 3 key ideas there. Just use Jupyter. No one shares Jupyter, and come with Jupyter. And the 3 key operating principles, and the 3 key ideas, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. That I hope that is a pretty good summary of the Jupyter project. Now, so over the next 2 days, we're going to do a lot of things together, right? You're going to see all our teams are going to come up. You're going to see that. So you're going to see how every single team comes together and how we all come, and everything is one goal, right? All of us will be presenting what we're doing with one single goal in mind, right? Building the universal monies. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
All right, give it up one more time for Meow, everybody! Woo! My name's Eno, and I'm going to be your Chief Vibes Officer over at CatLumpurr. Come on, let's make some noise! All right, this next speaker is near and dear to our hearts. He is not only the spiritual leader of Super Team, but also the Chief Cat Herder over at Jupyter, helping to build the best on-chain products in the world. Give it up for the man, the myth, the legend, Cash Donda!
Hi. Oh, wow. What's going on, everybody? I love the cat ears. Those are great. All right. Hey, everyone. My name is Cash Donda. I am the cat herder here, and I'm going to be talking about how Jupyter's on-chain business, the Jupe.ag product, is coming together. Before I do, though, can I just see a show of hands? How many of you were at CatStemble last year? How many of you are new? This is your first time at a Jupyter event? Oh, wow. All right. That's great to see. So like half the people here are new. All right. You're going to love it. The next 3 days are going to be absolutely insane, largely anchored by the products that we're going to be trying to build and bring to market here. We have tons and tons of announcements over the rest of the day. You're going to love it. I am going to talk a little bit about where this is all actually going. And I want to start off with the hard truth, and then we'll end with some good news. So it'll be a little bit of an emotional arc. Is that all right? That's okay? Okay, cool. Let's do it. So here's the hard truth right now. The crypto revolution has not yet actually been utilized, right? Back when I was a kid, they used to say the revolution will not be televised. The sad truth is that the crypto revolution has not yet been utilized in any meaningful way. I say this, Jupyter is one of the largest and most used DeFi protocols or on-chain finance protocols in the world, and we are still fucking tiny. Here are some numbers to back that up. These are a little bit sad. 7% of the global population owns a crypto asset. It's not so bad, it's not so high, but it's kind of serviceable. The next number is what's really sad. Only 5% of crypto owners have ever actually used on-chain finance in their life. That means 95% of the people that actually own crypto don't even understand the full benefits that come when you come on-chain. In total, about 0.35% of the global population has actually used on-chain finance. Crypto as an industry is 15 years old. We're not early from that perspective, but we are very early in the adoption side. And to put this number in context, there's about 0.4% of the world's population just in Malaysia relative to everywhere else in the world. That's like the sum total of people that have actually used crypto on-chain products. And the obvious question is, why is this number still so low 15 years in? And the reason is that we created a revolution that really only revolutionaries could use. Crypto is hard to use. You have to invest a lot of time, a lot of energy, to take on a bunch of risk. I mean, how many hours have people in this room collectively put into studying things that are going on here? I was talking to Xiao Xiao. Where's Xiao Xiao? Our new president of Jupyter. Give it up for Xiao Xiao, everybody. Yeah, let's go. Xiao Xiao and I were talking about these crypto executives and financial executives that have never gotten off of Binance, even though it's their job to do so. It's still so rare to see people actually get on chain because of the complexity that is there. And that is because making simple things is always hard. If you're a Web 2 B2B SaaS startup, it is hard to make simple things. It's always easier to add in the extra feature, to jam more things in there, to make it more complicated and think that you're doing the right thing. But in crypto, it's especially difficult. Because the technology is on the frontier itself. It is complicated, it has to do with value transfer, and it's very, very difficult to make this happen. That is why one of the key focuses that we're going to have going forward is to try to fix this problem. Right now, the sad truth is my grandmother can use an iPhone, she can be on social media, she cannot use crypto. I'm not saying that she's going to be like trading leveraged perps or whatever, right? But she should be able to send money back and forth, earn yield on her existing savings, and start to see some of those benefits that come in. And by the way, before you try to make a meme coin of this, this is not my actual grandmother. I just Googled old Indian lady and put her up on the slide to illustrate the point. Anyway, so no meme coins, please. But my grandmother and many other users cannot pay that complexity tax that comes with crypto products right now. You're jumping between website to website, each one with different risk assumptions, profiles, user interaction patterns, and it's a tax because it keeps coming back every single time you try to use those products. It gets worse and worse. And this is a real problem, right? And as Jupiter scales, the truth is we have this problem more so than anyone else does. We have a dozen different products. I think it actually might be like 15 products now. And the complexity tax for Jupiter specifically is getting higher and higher. Last year, we started with something like 2 or 3 products. We ended the year with 12 or 13. It was a period of great divergence. It's where a lot of innovation, a lot of discovery and experimentation happens. What we now need to get to is more into a place of convergence where these things work together more effectively. In our case, the hard thing that we have to battle with every day is that every feature we add makes it harder for you to learn, find, and use every other feature. And that's really what the focus is going to be for the rest of the talks today as well. Because we are not just building for the millions of people that are already on-chain. There are many companies that focus only on power users. They say that's where the revenue is. But deep in Jupiter's DNA, it has always been the goal to grow the pie, not just cut up what is already here. We are building also for the billions of people that we believe are going to come on-chain and use on-chain technology rails. To make that happen, we got to make things simple. So, as Meow was talking about before, our strategy is to just use Jupiter. Rather than jumping between 10 different websites and trying to learn all this random nonsense, we think that there are compounding benefits and advantages to trust and habit that'll come. And when you come to Jupiter, you'll be able to use a bunch of stuff. So just today, like an hour ago, we shipped a new discovery page on Jupiter where you can see everything that we have. I was a little overwhelmed by looking at this list. It was not obvious to me how many things we actually had until here. But the truth is, right now, today, on Jupiter, you can trade, earn, manage all your positions, learn what you need to know, build, launch tokens, on-ramp, and much, much more. And we want to make it easier to discover that using this new discovery page. That's the first kind of small thing. But the main thing that we're trying to do is get this compounding dividend effect to happen. This is the opposite of the complexity tax, where every time you come to the website, every time you come and use the products, you're getting a little bit more value. It breaks my heart how many times I'll go on a podcast or have a conversation with someone who'll be like, oh yeah, I love Jupiter. And I'll be like, oh, do you use Jupiter Portfolio? And they're like, I've never heard of that. They go, how about Jupiter Lend? Nope, no idea what that is. Do you use the mobile wallet? I didn't even know you had a mobile wallet. And these are our professed lovers, like users and lovers. And so this is where we need to get much, much stronger at over the course of this year. This is the full universe of current products on Jupiter, right? This is crazy. Everything from lending. Does anyone here use Jupiter Lend? Can I see the show is? Yeah? All right. Some yield junkies. Of course, we have perps, we have ultra, we have the rewards hub. There's many, many things that are going on here. We need to bring them together a little bit better. And that is why, right now, we are launching a new jupe.ag homepage. Pull it up on your phone. It is live right now. Yeah, make some noise. Shout out. The new homepage has a very simple goal. I gotta say, I love these outfits in the front. Everyone in the front should be mandated to wear cat ears. This is great. The new Jupiter homepage looks like this. As soon as you connect, you get some value out of it. You see your net worth, your P&L, your token positions. Then you discover new products as well, like our prediction markets and what's trending there. You're gonna find perps, of course, so people can find that very easily. Yield opportunities inside of Jupiter Lend, Multiply, and much, much more, right? The whole goal is to make it more obvious all the ways that Jupiter can actually make your life better. The way that Jupiter wins is by increasing the average amount of value that we can deliver to each one of our users. We already have the most users. We just need to get them to use many more products and understand all the things that we actually have to offer. So that's the new homepage. It is live right now. You can go check it out. I think you'll dig it, but I should make very clear this is just the beginning, right? Jupiter is going back to beta, in a sense, right? What we are trying to do now is get back into that rigorous experimentation mode to understand how we can solve this new problem that we did not have 12 months ago, and that, quite frankly, very few other on-chain protocols actually have. So you're going to see it iterate over time. Let us know what you want to see and how we can better surface the things that you need right there on the homepage and everywhere else across the product suite. This is not going to be easy, right? Making every product improve every other product is a difficult thing to do. It's not been solved, I don't think, by anybody in this space so far. But there's one thing that gives me great confidence that we're going to be able to do this. It is our biggest advantage, and it is the simple fact that nobody ships like Jupyter. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
All right, give it up one more time for Cash, everybody. Oh, we love Cash.
How long was that?
This
Was it
next
10?
speaker
Oh,
is
nice.
the
Okay,
VP
that
of
worked out then.
Engineering over at Jupyter, and I've had the pleasure of spending the last 3 years watching the Jupyter team face-to-face ship and experiment at the speed of light. If you are interested in solving the most interesting puzzles in finance, you definitely want to listen to this talk. Give it up for Aaron!
Hey guys, how you guys all feeling? Hi, my name is Aaron. If you don't know who I am, I'm the VP of Engineering here at Jupyter. And it's great to be back, right, after 1 full year. Last year back at CatLumpurr, I announced Ultra to you for the very first time. This year, however, I would like to talk about how we do engineering at Jupyter. Over the past year, I've been constantly building alongside our team, wrestling with RPC nodes, optimizing our infra, scaling them, improving our various UIs, all to handle the massive usage you see on Jupyter today. And let's be real, it hasn't always been easy. Whenever any critical systems fail, I see a war room. Our engineers and myself up at 3 a.m., our support team up at 4 a.m., doing whatever it takes to ensure the systems recover as soon as possible for every one of you. But this struggle over the past year, that was the forge. That is what built the engine we have today. Now, I'm an engineer at heart, whether it be architecting a complex distributed software system or a chaotic org structure, it all boils down to an optimization problem. My job is to solve the optimization problem for you. I look across all of our products to ensure the machine that we are building is cohesive, resilient, and fast. And to do that, I think we have built a team unlike any other in crypto. Let's talk about engineering philosophy. When we look at who is building Jupyter, we have created a rare hybrid in this industry. On one side, we have engineers from big tech, Google, Meta, amongst others. They know how to build systems that process billions of requests without failing. And if they do fail, they recover instantly. They bring the big tech rigor. On the other side, we have the crypto natives, veterans from Binance and OKX, and then more recently, Triton and Ironforge. These engineers live within the mempool. They know how to squeeze the last millisecond out of an RPC, and they understand DeFi in their bones. They bring the crypto velocity. Now, most companies really only have one. Traditional big tech teams are too slow for crypto, and crypto teams often break things too much. I think we have a healthy fusion of both. This tension between move fast and don't break things is our competitive advantage. It forces us to build systems that are robust by default, but fast by necessity. This combination allows us to define the industry. I mean, look at our work on our Solana RPCs. Many of the improvements we are making are open source and are the standard for the entire ecosystem. Why? Because we are at the bleeding edge of Solana. Whatever Jupyter does, we fix it for everyone else. Now, we don't believe in massive, slow-moving departments. We operate in mission squads. Our product teams are intentionally lean, small units with full autonomy. Why does this matter to you? Because small teams move fast. When the market changes, we don't need a month of meetings to ship a feature. We ship it in days, and as most of you here will know it, sometimes hours. But autonomy doesn't mean chaos. Beneath these fast-moving squads is a massive platform foundation. Dedicated infra, data, RPC teams ensure that while the feature moves fast, the rails remain stable. However, in crypto, speed is nothing without security, and we operate with a level of paranoia that keeps your funds safe. We have an extremely rigorous audit process. For critical systems, we engage multiple independent audit firms, partners like Offsite, AutoSec, and Newtime, before a single byte of code even touches production. We don't grade our homework here. We pay the best security researchers in the world to try and break us. Finally, people often ask us how a team our size ships faster than companies with 10 times the headcount. They assume we just hire 10x engineers. But at Jupiter, we don't believe in hunting for that mythical 10x engineer. We believe in building the 10x environment. We focus entirely on leverage. We want to strip away every ounce of friction so that one engineer in Jupiter can do the work of 10 engineers elsewhere. Now, we do this in two main ways. Firstly, we heavily utilize internal platforms. We have dedicated horizontal teams, infra, data, RPC, to abstract away the complexity of the blockchain. If you are building a product in Jupiter, you shouldn't need to fight with raw RPC nodes or index data from scratch. You can simply plug into a platform that just works. Secondly, we use tech to kill the toil. Yes, we are aggressive with AI. We integrate it into our IDs and workflow, but it's more than just that. It's about aggressive automation. If a task is repetitive, we script it. If a deployment is painful, we automate it. The philosophy is quite simple. We want to remove the plumbing work, the toil, so our engineers can spend 100% of their brain power on improving your experience. We are building the environment that allows our engineers to be 10x. But of course, this isn't just about developer happiness or experience. It's about product velocity. Now, to recap, we have the hybrid team, with tech skill fused with crypto velocity, and we have the structure, innovation squads backed by banking-grade infra and security, and we have the environment cultivating the best talent. Earlier, you heard Meow and Cash talk about the vision of Jupiter. We are the engine that makes that vision reality. We are entering a phase of the market that none of us have truly seen before. We are preparing for the moments when the entire world tries to fit through the door at the exact same second. When the market pumps and volume spike 10x in a minute, you don't care about this slide deck. You don't care about what I said. You care if our products work. You care if the API responds. You care if your transaction lands. And that is the machine we have built. Now, I want to end with a note to all the engineers out there, whether you are here in this space or out there watching from the stream. In crypto, it is easy to fork code. It is easy to launch a token. It is hard, however, to build a system that handles the GDP of a small country with sub-second latency. We are not just building a super app. We are bringing Google-grade engineering to a world that usually runs on duct tape. We are solving the hardest optimization problems in on-chain finance. So, if you are an engineer who is obsessed with rigor, obsessed with velocity, and tired of solving easy problems, come find us. Come find me. We have the team, we have the tech, and we are ready to build the future. Let's build. Thank you, guys.
Oh man, we love Aaron. Give it up for Aaron one more time. Woo. All right, this next speaker is a chef over at Jupiter. He is busy cooking in the kitchen, getting his hands dirty, and working on some of the cutting-edge products over at Jupiter, including Spot, Terminal, and a little secret project I won't tell you about. So, please give a big warm welcome to Jodo!
A very Jupe morning to everyone. My name is Jodo, and I'm the chef at Jupiter, building a bunch of products that you guys use, namely the Spot, the Terminal, and the new Rewards Hub that we'll be sharing more about later. So let's first look back in 2025. So Jupiter Spot did $890 billion in volume. No claps? Ah, that's pretty sad. Come on, come on, come on. 890 billion. Right? But just zooming out and looking at the world stage, we're actually pretty small, right? The NYSE in equity spot volume is doing $20 trillion. So we are really less than 20 times. So our belief is that we are in the really early innings of tokenization and that any asset that can be tokenized will be tokenized. And where does it all begin? Spot. So our team's mission is to build a world-class trading platform where you can trade any token on-chain. So we are focusing on 3 core pillars, namely the interface, trading execution engine, as well as the discovery of assets. So let's take a trip down memory lane and look at how the spot interface has evolved. So for those familiar and OG to Jupiter, you will notice this platform looking very familiar. So this is how 2024 Jupiter's interface looked like. So we were really focused on being the #1 liquidity aggregator and really focused on being very simple to use, trading any asset A to asset B. And we implemented a bunch of features like the strict list to ensure better user safety. In 2025, we were really focused on performance because we saw a trend of having more and more intermediate and advanced users using the platform. So TV charts, real-time data, best P&L in the industry, all of that good stuff. And we also made it like super fast. So for all those people who aren't afraid of seizures, please use the platform. Our devs were pretty concerned, but I mean, you guys wanted it, so we'll give you the performance. So in 2026, core focus will be contextualization, right? So there are a whole bunch of different token categories that you can trade on Jupiter. So for example, if you look at meme coins, you'll see that we surface certain information that's important for trading this meme coin. So you see something like fees paid, whether they've paid the DEX, mint authorities, how much their top holders are holding, and we also add on additional data like bundlers, snipers, and insiders. Whereas if you look at stocks, it's a very different set of data, right? So you will be looking at the assets' underlying data. So you look at the underlying stock price, the underlying market cap, how much discount it is trading to the traditional market. So we're going to do a whole lot more assets in 2026. So the first one being the stable coins and yield-bearing derivatives of stable coins. So this is already now live on Jup Terminal. So you will see a new stable coins tab. We're also going to a bunch of other categories like BBC, which stands for big caps, stuff like Bitcoin, ETH, Tron, a whole bunch of other like top 100 market cap tokens. And of course, utility tokens, DPIN, LSTs, AI, and etc. So essentially, we're trying to build a single interface for infinite amount of assets and the future to come. So moving on, the second core pillar that we are working on is trading execution, and basically trying to accommodate new trader behavior and flows. So in 2025, we saw a huge rush towards trading very new tokens like meme coins, and we observed the need for speed, right? So for those who haven't tried it, go to any of the Jupiter token pages, and you can select between classic and trench mode at the bottom of the nav bar. So if you select trench mode, you will notice that there's a quick buy widget, and as well as like a quick buy element where you can instantly click and your trade fires immediately. Pro tip to this, use Jup mobile or wallet with auto confirm, so when you click it really instantly fires. So we've also constantly developed our limit order capabilities. So in 2025, we released limit order V2, where we brought you TPSL, we brought you triggering by price or market cap, advanced orders, and OCO, right? So today, we are happy to announce that we are taking the capabilities even further and releasing LOV2 Plus. So on top of the good work that we built on LOV2, there are 2 additional features. So one is called partial fills. So if you're a meme coin trader trading low liquidity tokens, or you're a whale who trades in size, partial fill helps to ensure that you will be incrementally filled if necessary, so that you get a better price within your range. LV2 is also built on Ultra, which previously mandated that you use RTSE, which is an automation of a real-time slippage estimator. And it by itself is incredible tech. However, traders have been telling us that they want more control, they think they know what they're doing, so we're also allowing custom slippage now via Ultra. So this is now live. Within trench mode again, you can now select the slippage you want to do both in market and in limit order. So VCA V2 is also going to come to you in Q1. The key feature for DCA V2 is that it'll be private, so no more front running of your trades. We're also working on a quite exciting new product called grid trading. For those unfamiliar, basically you can set a price range that you want to trade a highly traded asset in, and this will be built on top of our LO V2 Plus system and Ultra. So every time you're within the price range, you get in, out, in, out. Right. Stay tuned. So now, to the final pillar, discovery. So now, the way you discover tokens in Jupyter, we've got three main flows. First, you can just search the token in our global search element. So we believe we built the best-in-class search engine. You should try it. Try typing any symbol on our platform versus other platforms. We've really spent like hundreds of hours on to just keep iterating on making sure you likely are getting the search result for what you intend to trade, right? The alternative is to trade on alpha scan. So if you're in the trenches, let's say you hear some buzz, you think that, okay, a new token is going to be traded called like, I don't know, CZ69. Just type CZ69 and start watching the token stream in real time. This is particularly good for traders who don't know which is the canonical token yet, but you know that, hey, there's some buzz, likely this is the symbol. Do that in alpha scan, right? And lastly, you can also go to the terminal, just look through the screeners, look through top traded, look through organic, look through what's cooking. So how do we take discovery even further? Introducing the Jupyter Rewards Hub. We are bringing three things which I personally think is the holy trinity for consumer experiences: referral, rewards, and RNG. RNG standing for random number generator, or also known as a gacha mechanism. So with the Rewards Hub, we are trying to bring discovery closer to the edge, closer to communities. Yep, so for the first, our referral system is tied very closely into the Rewards Hub, where anyone you refer their activity on the campaigns will contribute to your referral earnings, right? And anyone who uses your ref code will get campaign bonuses. So you can try this via jup.ag/refer. So the very interesting thing is referrals are very deeply embedded within the platform. You no longer have to just like blindly shill your ref link. You can actually append your ref code at the back of any Jupyter page, right? So this could be a token page like, let's say there's a CA, jup.ag/token/CA. Just put your ref code behind, you share it on Twitter. Anyone that clicks your link will be using your ref code. So basically, we are tying content and the referral system very closely together. Woo, let's go. Next, we have an all-new interface for the Rewards Hub. So this is where all your reward campaigns will be seen. We'll have a gallery view. Anyone that hosts trading campaigns with us, you'll see it here. For those who have claimed your ASR, you will also notice that it's now hosted in the Rewards Hub. And yeah, honestly, you don't really need extra reasons to refer your friends and to use the Jupyter platform, but just because we love you, we're putting extra incentive and kickers just for you guys, because we love the people, right? And the Jupyter Rewards Hub will be starting with Spot and subsequently expanding to other products, other Jupyter products. So recapping the Jupyter Trading Card Game Season 1, we actually soft launched the program. We didn't like make too much noise about it, just to test out and make sure the system was working well. So this was launched at Breakpoint and it was live for the past 6 weeks. Whole bunch of people participated. I think 70,000 cards were claimed. Each card earned you a random reward from $1 to $10,000. And yeah, this was a super interesting experience for us. There were some luck boxes that were like, they managed to draw a $10,000 card within like 3 tries. And I think there were like 3 of them. So yeah, may the odds be in your favor if you decide to participate in the Jupyter Trading Card game. So we're happy to announce that we are renewing this into a Season 2, and we are doubling the stakes. So, woo, let's go. 2 million in Jup USD in reward up for grabs in the rewards pool. So again, all you have to do is trade on the platform, refer, and you will earn. Yep. And for those people who are builders or token devs in the community, chill. We are not gatekeeping the rewards hub just for Jupiter purpose. We're actually opening it up for partners. So we call this B2B offering the rewards genie product. So if you're an issuer, like let's say you're issuer tokenizing any kind of asset, right? It could be Pokemon cards, could be stocks, any kind of issuer, or even if you are just a token dev of a single coin, come and work with us, right? We can set up a training campaign for you to incentivize your activity. So we call it Genie because all you have to do is tell us like 3 things. Number 1, the eligibility criteria. So this could be a partner campaign potentially in future, like if you are a NFT holder of this and you trade this token, this is the eligibility criteria. And the call to action will be, for example, trade. For every $1,000 you trade, you get something, right? And then lastly, that's the reward mechanism. Tell us your budget, and that's it. We set up everything. It's like magic. It gets hosted on the Rewards Hub. Literally, the builders do nothing else. We do it all for you. So yeah, this can be manifested in trading campaigns, airdrop to Droop traders, Droop stakers. Yeah, so there's really a lot of room to do a lot of things. Come and hit me up if you're interested. So wrapping up. We want you to trade on Jupiter. We want you to refer your friends and participate in all our rewards programs, and also to build your token communities with us, right? Jupiter is the place where you should do everything, whether you're a trader, you're a community. Just use Jupiter. Let's onboard the next billion on-chain traders together. Thank you very much. This way.
All right, thank you very much, Jodo. Now, before we continue with the talks, we have a very special announcement. I know that we have about 10,000 people watching the stream. We wish you were here because we have a Jupe USD treasure hunt. That's right, we have a Jupe USD treasure hunt, Simon. And basically what you can do is we have printed these Jupe USD dollars all around the venue and we hid them. It's a treasure hunt. There's no limit on how many you can claim. All you gotta do is find them, bringing them downstairs to the first floor, and you can redeem it for prize money using Jupiter Mobile. And now, our next speaker is the lead developer over at Spot. I use his products every day, and I'm sure you do too. So please give a very warm welcome to Wei Liang!
Hello everyone, my name is Wei Liang, and I'm the lead engineer for Ultra, the execution engine powering all of Jupyter swaps. First, let's go through why we developed Ultra. When we first developed Ultra, we wanted to provide a performance swap experience for you so that you can get the best prices across the widest range of tokens at the fastest speed. We also wanted to ensure that your swaps are safe from MEV and slippage. At the same time, we wanted to provide the most seamless swap experience through the use of gasless swaps, so that you no longer have to worry about paying for network fees in Seoul. Let's run through some of the things that we have done to make this happen. Firstly, we have optimized our routing algorithm by more than 150 times in terms of efficiency. We have done this by supporting splitting of liquidity into buckets of 1 bips, which is a significant improvement from the previous best of 100 bips. Yet, at the same time, we have managed to reduce the latency of routing from 225 milliseconds to 150 milliseconds. This means that you get to enjoy a better price and a snappier swap experience. We also dedicate much time and effort into ensuring that your swaps are MEV protected. For those who are unfamiliar, MEV refers to the value extracted from your swaps by means of sandwiching by malicious actors. As you can see from the data provided by Ghost, despite doing the most swap volume, the amount of MEV suffered from our users remains as one of the lowest across all the platforms listed. And this is only possible Because in Ultra, we use Jupyter's in-house state-of-the-art transaction lending pipeline. That's not all. We spend a lot of time and effort into ensuring that you get the most optimal slippage on your swaps. One of the key features of Ultra is we have real-time slippage estimation. This means that we do statistical analysis on past swaps and determine what is the most optimal slippage to make your swap succeed. Over the past year, we have iterated across many different versions, and I'm confident that we have arrived at an effective and optimal slippage estimation algorithm. And on top of that, we have recently begun experimenting with just-in-time routing, which will further enhance slippage protection for you. But of course, it's not all roses for Ultra. Several community projects have given feedback that historically we have been unable to support routing through their community tokens. And we acknowledge this. This is a real problem. And we hear you. So over the past few months, my team and I, we have been working hard to develop an elegant solution to this problem. As of last week, this upgrade is already live. So if you are now thinking of starting your own community project, this is one less obstacle you will have to deal with. And that's one of the reasons to just use Jupyter. For more details on these improvements, stay tuned to our technical presentation tomorrow. One of the defining features of Ultra is also gasless. We've experimented with multiple approaches to support gasless swaps in the past year. And I'm proud to say that through our numerous improvements, we now have a system that works seamlessly, and it has been well received by our users. Today, we facilitate about 30,000 gasless swaps every single day. And although this number may not seem huge, it is very special because these gasless swaps may very well be the first swap executed by someone who just onboarded onto Solana. And we recognize that this enhanced accessibility provided by the gasless capability is valuable not only for swapping. So, we have extended it beyond swapping into other critical functions, such as allowing you to transfer your tokens without having to hold any Solana. And you can be sure that we will be pushing out more gasless applications in the future. Well, for those of us who were at CatLumpurr last year, we are privileged to witness both the birth and the first birthday of Ultra. Well, officially, Ultra turns 1 today. So, let's review how far we have come. When we first released Ultra at the start of 2025, only 50% of our total swap volume was done by Ultra. But today, more than 85% of our swap volume actually goes through Ultra, which shows that actually our users love it. And I hope that this trend can continue so that one day, everybody will use Ultra as their preferred choice for swapping. And we have also seen an upward trend in the total swap volume done by Ultra. In 2025, we have done over $30 billion in total since we launched. And today, we are doing over $200 million in daily swap volume. This means that we are projected to do more than $70 billion in swap volume in Ultra this year alone. And that translates to a more than 2 times increase in total swap volume year on year. And that's not all. We have also improved the success rate of your swaps done via Ultra. In the first version, the success rate was around 80%, which is not great. It meant that for every 5 swaps that you perform, on average, 1 of them will fail. Clearly, that's a terrible user experience. And today, we have successfully improved our swap success rate to over 96%. And we can consistently maintain this, as you can see, which means that you will now experience a 5 times decrease in the number of failures that you experience when you swap using Ultra. So, what's next? Well, on top of what I previously mentioned, like improving success rate, making swaps even faster, making gasless even more seamless, these are things that we are constantly working on. We also have a new goal. And the goal is to make Ultra so easy to integrate so that any developer or even AI agents will be able to build Solana applications on top of Ultra effortlessly. Today, we have more than 100 integrators already, with some notable names such as Uniswap and Robinhood. And these integrators are especially important because they bring in new users to the Solana ecosystem. If you're looking to build a new Solana application, look no further than Ultra. And finally, I am proud to announce that as of today, Crypto.com will be a new partner of Ultra, bringing the new swap experience and the best swap experience to their users. So, let's use Jupiter. Thank you.
This next speaker is the Jupiter Z Master. Jupiter Z, of course, offers 0% slippage on supported trading pairs. Exactly, zero, my friend. And he is going to be diving super deep into on-chain market making and demystifying how it all works. Please give it up for Johan!
Hi. Is it working? Yeah, it's working. So, hi everybody. I'm Johan, and today I will talk about on-chain market making and how it works. So, before I start, I wanted to say that, you know, on-chain finance, it's really eating the world, you know? And the infrastructure that makes it possible, it's market making, right? Now, think about on-chain finance, and the reason why it's so great, there are three reasons actually. It's because of its transparency, so data is public, you can check it, you can verify it. Also because of its composability, it's so easy to, you know, interact with DeFi products, integrate into your product, and also because of its efficiency. So yeah, cheap transactions, fast transactions, at least on Solana, right? But yeah, something is missing, and that's liquidity, right? Without liquidity, all the previous attributes are kind of useless, right? So yeah, we really need liquidity. And liquidity providers are so important because they make the market making possible, right? Now, the way this works, pretty simple, right? We'll have some user that wants to trade some assets, and we will have market makers that will provide prices. In the middle is where the magic happens. In the middle is where best prices are picked, right? And there are many ways to do this, okay? And I had a really hard time to classify different market makers because at the end of the day, each market maker could be his own category, okay? But I put some effort, okay, and I classified them by platform. So first of all, we have market makers operating on centralized exchanges, which most of them are high-frequency traders. Basically, they like speed, right? Then we have automatic market makers, which are operating on decentralized exchanges. They are kind of passive. They have a passive approach. They just push their liquidity to smart contracts, and they wait. And then the interesting ones, which are cross-venue, hybrid market makers, they like to interact with both centralized and decentralized exchanges. And the way they do this, is through different systems like over-the-counter trades and also requests for quotes. Now, the most interesting one is the request for quotes, the RFQ. But why is it so interesting? The reason why it's so interesting is because it's simple to implement, simple to integrate, and execution efficiency is so high. That's why, at Jupiter, we've built Jupiter Z. Now, the reason why we built Jupiter Z with an RFQ is because it enables users to perform high volume trades with a very, very low, actually 0% slippage. So the price you have on the screen actually is the price that you get on your tokens. It's so easy to integrate. You just need a very simple interface, 3 endpoints on our case. And recently, we enabled real-world assets. So yeah, Jupiter Z, it's been a long year. We've learned a lot. We learned a lot from our users, from the market makers, and this is how it went so far. So in the last year, 36 billion volume. Nice stuff. More than 1 million users, more than 10 million trades, and more than 30 market makers. So conclusions that we can get from this is that users love us, market makers love us, right? But you see, I don't know if you can see here, yeah. Before the Z is Jupiter, right? And the way we like to do things at Jupiter is that we like to push our products. We want to give better user experience to our users. We want to give better products to the market makers. And that's why, during the past 6 months, we've been working so hard to give you Jupiter Z V2. Now, what's new about this? Because at the end of the day, it's still an RFQ, right? What can we bring new to an RFQ? That was a tough question during this year, actually. And we had very long talks with John, which is here. So what's new? Well, apart from everything we've learned from V1, which is giving very, very good tools to market makers. They can have a last look on transactions. They have a very fast onboarding. Some of them integrate us in like 1 week. And of course, still 0% slippage, which users love it. Now, what's new about V2 is that now we are supporting order books. We are fully integrated into Iris. And of course, we offer users partial swaps. So yeah, in the end, calling out on all the market makers who want full autonomy, who want the best execution, and market makers who want to have access to more than 10 million users yearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johan. This next speaker is one of the OG developers over at Jupiter. He has been there since the very beginning. He has been working tirelessly to build, adapt, and evolve the best LP token in finance. Please give it up for Eddie Howe.
Good morning, good morning. Hi, I'm Andy Howe. And today, I'm going to talk about something juicy, something liquid, but definitely something safe. If not, I will not be allowed to come on this stage. So what's that? Something juicy. They have 8 to 20% APY past year. Something pretty liquid, like there's like 1.6 billion, more than 1.6 billion in the market, in the pool now. And also something pretty safe. The market is very volatile, but this token somehow stay quite safe and stable. There's only one LP token on chain, which is JLP, juicy, liquid, and safe. So I think I finished all my point. Maybe that's the end of my talk. No, I'm just kidding. So for those who don't know, JLP is an LP token that consists of 4 tokens: BTC, Ethereum, Sol, USDC. And it generates yield by providing the liquidity for the trading activities such as like perps, swap, and loan. And then there are also 3 updates today I want to talk about. The three independent one, the juicy, liquid, and safe. Let's start with the juicy one. So there are around 500 million USDC in the GLP pool, but sadly, we didn't get any yield or reward for the GLP pool. But GLDRUP USD will be added into GLP soon, and all the yield will be injected back into the GLP pool. The next one, liquid. So GLP loan is one of the best place to loan USDC used by collateralized GLP on Solana. It is 90% max loan to value ratio, which means you can borrow up to 90% of your collateral. And the liquidation is 95%. So which means when your loan reaches 95% of your collateral, then you will get liquidated. And it has one of the lowest liquidation penalty on all the Solana, which is like 2%. But there is one main problem of this one. During GLP loan liquidation, your whole loan will be liquidated at once. Will take everything from you. But that's going to change today. We're introducing GLP loan partial liquidation, and it's live today. So partial liquidation will reduce the position just enough to bring the LTV back to a safe level. So rather than from 95% to 0, it's 95% to 90%. And then I believe this will make the GLP loan a lot more attractive and safe. The last update I want to share about safe. So this GLP USDC token graph is pretty safe and steady. But what if I want to make it more steady? I want to apply German engineering into it to make it safe and stable. So today we are also introducing GLP delta neutral. So through GLP delta neutral, GLP fee can be earned without directional price risk by implementing hedging into the risky token. So in the pool, the Sol Ethereum BTC will be hedged on the other exchange to make sure even when the market is volatile, you still get the fee. And we are working with Neutral Trade on this one. Neutral Trade is one of the best on-chain strategy marketplace on Solana. And you know that they are one of the first few protocols that already implement GLP delta neutral last year. I still remember when they start implementing the protocol, we talked for months because they want to make sure all the final details, all the final number are correct and then hedged properly. So the GLP delta neutral is live on drup.ag/perf. Do try it today. Thank you.
Woo! Love to see it. Thank you, anyhow. All right, this next speaker is also another OG Jupiter team member who is spearheading the efforts for Jup USD. Do we have any users of Jup USD in the house? Raise your hand. Oh, we love to see it. You know, I started in crypto, loving stablecoins. I think it's one of the most important use cases on chain. And so it is my absolute pleasure to announce my brother from another mother, Ben Liu.
Right. Hi everyone, my name is Ben. I'm going to talk a little bit about Jup USD today. First of all, how many of you have Jup USD here? Nice, nice, nice. I'm going to make it better for you today. Yeah, so people ask why now? Why are we building our own stablecoin now? Right? We have been thinking about stablecoin for some time. It was not ready before, but we are heading towards the DeFi super app. And now we think the time is now, and so we are, sorry. And to us, stablecoin is the glue to stick everything together, and also the fuel to actually accelerate all together. As we all know, the stablecoin is huge. with Tether and Circle pretty much dominating the entire stablecoin space, making billions. We are building our own stablecoin to power our entire Jupiter product suite, building our own rails, capture the value for our users. With Jupiter being the DeFi super app, we want to work with the best team in the space, which is why we are working with Ethena, the third largest stablecoin issuer in the space. The good thing about Ethena is battle tested. I've went through multiple cycles, but Ethena is still relatively new to Solana. And we are working with Ethena on multiple different avenues to actually bring distribution to Solana and also powering JupUSD, and they bring the infrastructure. So for those who are hearing JupUSD for the first time, how does JupUSD work? JupUSD is collateralized by USDTB, which is the BlackRock T-bills. And in the future, we might consider adding USDE to further improve the rates. And JupUSD is built with the goal to be deeply integrated across like Jupyter DeFi stack. And also with the mindset of like shared economics with the Jupyterverse. So where are we now? We are about 21 million in total supply and 20 million in Jupyter Land earned, and have 215 million in trading volume ever since launch, which is about 3 weeks ago. So the first, we're getting into like the 3 pillars of JupUSD. The first one is stability. We have drastically improved like the slippage on large buys on JupUSD by introducing more liquidity into DEX, AMM, Prop AMM, and introducing more trading pairs as well. On top of it, we are working closely with Ethena on some infrastructure improvements, like auto replenishment, which will rebalance like the composition, like the reserve automatically to ensure that redemption works seamlessly. And also, we internally have improved like the Arbot efficiency to always make sure that JupUSD is always going to be $1. So next, transparency. We launched a new transparency dashboard to show real-time visibility into reserve assets and operations. With 3 audits done, open source on day 1, and also we have multiple different oracles coming up as well to allow the ecosystem, DeFi ecosystem, to work with us closely. And also, we are in the works with like external verifier for proof of reserve for even more transparency. Next, utility. Some of you might already know, like JupUSD is integrated with Jupyter Land on day 1 with the earn product, and with Rewards Hub that mentioned just now with like a trading competition, and also integration into JLP, prediction market, LODCA is in the work as we speak. Speaking of utility, your JL JupUSD today is now Juice. We are calling it Juice because JL JupUSD is a little bit of mouthful and not so memeable, I would say, right? So for the launch, we are adding more incentive for the next few days. So expect the yield to be extra juicy as well. And on top of it, we are also introducing the Juice Loop. With Juice as a yield-bearing token, you can actually multiply it with the other stablecoins like USDC, USDT, and USDG, and multiply it to 10x, and make your juice even juicier. And of course, this is non-financial advice. For all the yield enjoyers out there, please try it out, the current live Juice Loop with Juice and USDC. USDT and USDG is going to come in the next few days. And then for partners, DeFi protocols that want to work with us on integrating JupUSD or Juice in your project, please reach out to me. And yeah, that's it. JupUSD, the stablecoin by and for the Jupyterverse. Thank you.
Great job, Ben. This next speaker is fresh to the Jupyter scene, off an acquisition, but he has been locked in for the last few months, leading Jupyter Offer Book. Please give a very warm welcome to our friend Quentin Alonzi, mon ami. Let's go!
Hello, everyone. My name is Quentin. I was the CEO and co-founder of Rainfi, who got acquired by Jupiter a few months ago. That was announced at Breakpoint. And today I'm coming to talk to you about a new project that will be released on Jupiter, which is the succession, in a way, of Rain.fi, that was the protocol, which is called Offerbook. So the best way to start about it is to introduce with a video that will present it. Obviously, the sound is not working. It was better with music, but... Always thought I was living a lie. Living a lie. Always thought I was living a lie. Wasn't feeling it right. Always thought I was living a lie. So, as you may have seen, the Offerbook is a new product that we're releasing, where it's a new money market, basically, that will be focused on lending on high off-chain value assets with low on-chain liquidity, basically. So the purpose of it is basically that everything will be with fixed term. Loans will be time-based, so normal liquidation based on collateral price, and we will support on day one more than 3,000 assets, such as NFTs, RWA, stocks, tokens, and low liquidity, meme coins, you name it. Everything that is available on chain will be available on the Offerbook. And the best part of it is that you can customize everything, including your terms, which I'm gonna present you soon now. So on the borrower side, anyone will be able to create and fill offers. Until now, most of the power was on the lender side, where they were able to rule the terms, basically, and everything. Now, we wanted to give the power back to the borrowers, and with that, they will be able to create their own offers waiting to be filled by lenders. They will be able to choose the APR, how much they are willing to pay in interest, the loan size, and the collateral that will be used, which can be tokens, NFT, stocks, RWA. And yeah, on the lender side, it's the same thing, basically. The offers can be created or filled. It's similar to an order book, actually, which is why we called it Offerbook, except that on the lender side, the risk will be bigger because there will be no liquidation based on the collateral value. The liquidation only happens if you don't repay on time your loan, which is why lenders are taking a bigger risk. You could see it as mispriced option, basically. And so, obviously, the APR will be much higher. On Rain5, for example, the APR was going from 50% to 100%. On loans that were ranging from 1 to 7 days on average. So it's a complete new way of lending money, but it's also a new way to introduce liquidity on unliquid assets until now. So now you could leverage much more assets. So essentially, the goal is that you will be able to borrow USDC on anything, any on-chain assets as collateral, as long as you find the lenders that will accept to lend you money on that, obviously. The purpose behind that is to explain to people basically how they will be able to follow a new standard in a way that we wanted to introduce. On Rain5, for example, we did a bit more than 400 million of volume, over 200,000 loans over the past 3 years. So we know that there is demand for that, but maybe the model that we had with Rain5 was a bit too complex. That's why we decided to reverse it and go back to an order book, which will be probably easier to understand and to use. To give you a bit more explanation on the liquidation and how they happen, basically you will never be liquidated on the collateral value, the price, basically. So no oracles will be used. It's going to be on simple LTV, basically. No liquidation bots and no collateral or margin calls, basically. The collateral will be transferred to the lenders only if you don't repay on time. So we are planning to launch with a fixed duration of 3 days per loan, which could evolve in the future. And yeah, essentially, like it's only if you don't repay your loan that you will get liquidated. We also have an affiliate program that is here to incentivize people to share the links of the Offerbook and share up to 50% of revenues with their communities, and it's going to be live for 3 months after the launch of the Offerbook. What to expect next? I would like to support actually every LP tokens and NFT. For example, the Meteora NFT position, you will be able to use that as a collateral for a loan. Also private loan, if you want to have custom duration for specific users or range of addresses. The ability to extend loans to avoid having to come and repay every X days. And also would like to introduce loan marketplaces where you will be able to trade your loans and basically trade the debt that will be available on the platform. This is the team that will be working on that. It was essentially most of the people here were part of the RainFi team and now are working at Jupiter because we all moved. And so yeah, this is the legends that will be working on it. And if you need anything, and to keep updated about what's happening, we invite you to join us on Twitter at @JuProfAbook, which was rebranded from the RainFi account. So yeah, see you there, everyone, and thank you for listening.
Merci, merci. We got the French crowd over here. Come on, make it one more time for France. Let's go. Vive la France. Hey! Love to see it. Okay, so these next speakers, you get a 2-for-1 special. We have a very exciting talk about one of the best DeFi protocols, one of the fastest growing DeFi protocols in the space. Who here uses JuPlend? Come on, raise your hands if you use JuPlend, everybody. Oh, we love to see it. Okay, so JuPlend, of course, we have 2 illustrious speakers, 2 gentlemen who are leading the charge. Please give it up for our very own Cash Donda and Samyak!
Back again. What's going on, everybody? Oh, surprise, Samyak. Everybody, my name is Cash Donda, cat herder. I was on like an hour ago.
Yeah, I'm Samyak Jain, co-founder of Fluid and co-founder of Jupiter.
Yeah, a longtime friend of the family with Jupiter, and Jupiter Lend, of course, would not be possible without him. We are here to talk about how Jupiter Lend is turning idle capital into active capital. As we get into it here, we want to share just like our core hypothesis of like why we're even building in this space. 6-7 months ago, there was no kind of credit or yield product on Jupiter outside of JLP. Now we have this. Quinn just announced OfferBook. How cool does OfferBook look, by the way? Doesn't it look, I'm very excited for that. We believe that we should invest in these products because right now, the on-chain credit industry is still tiny. The trading side of being on-chain has grown exponentially in the last few years, but credit, we believe, is the next sector that's going to go vertical in its growth with 100x possibility. Right now, there's about $40 billion of loans across all of DeFi, not just on Solana, everywhere. You compare that to about $40 trillion in loans across all of banking, not including private credit and some other things like that, and you start to get a sense of how big and massive the opportunity is and how little of a dent we've made in it so far. We believe the space is going to grow through 2 fundamental areas, or 2 fundamental new entrants. First, professional capital, and then also retail capital, and I'll talk about both of those right now. On the professional capital side, we have the basic fact that most credit funds that are deploying large amounts of money, tens to hundreds of millions of dollars to billions of dollars, they have a hurdle rate. There's a yield rate that they have to get above in order to justify the decision to deploy on-chain. And historically, they have not been able to get that 10 to 15% hurdle rate because, let's be honest, a lot of the assets on-chain are not great. They've been constrained by this lack of high-quality assets that generate real yield on just speculative use cases. And we think this is starting to change. If you look at the supply of RWAs on-chain, you can see that they are starting to go vertical right now. Those numbers are in billions. Just back in 2022, less than $1 billion of RWAs, now past 17 billion. This is, of course, excluding stablecoins. As more high-quality assets that generate real yield come on-chain, and with the powers of DeFi looping, we're going to expect a massive shift in capital to join it. But that's not all. It's also on the retail side, right? Retail capital is coming in a big way. Here's the truth that is not obvious to a lot of people in crypto. More people get yield than trade, right? How many people here have recommended perps trading to a family member? 2 degenerates maybe in the background, basically very, very limited. How many people here have recommended a savings account or bonds or things of that nature? Yeah, many more hands immediately shoot up, right? Because yield has there's many more people that are looking for yield, that are looking for trading. It's easier to recommend, it's easier to go, especially when the number goes up. Historically, those people have not come on chain though because of this complexity that I talked about earlier and the lack of brand trust. That is exactly what Jupiter Lend, along with Fluid, is starting to solve here, right? My favorite stat about this, like we've already onboarded many, many net new lenders, and that's going to continue to grow. In the first week that Jupiter Lend launched, we hit $1 billion in 8 days in our total supply. At that same time, second largest, or at the time the largest borrow lend protocol stayed basically flat in their TVL. What Jupiter Lend is able to do is not just divide the existing pie up, it's able to actually grow the pie and bring net new people in because they trust us and they know that we build really simple products. So this is how the space is going to grow. This is why we're investing so heavily in this domain now.
So where we are today, sorry.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, we launched Jupiter Land 5 months ago. Yeah, just 5 months ago. It seems like forever, but yeah, it's been just live for 5 months ago. It's one of the fastest, I think probably the fastest growing protocol in money market. Yeah, here's our team who has made it come possible. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, couldn't have been possible without the kind Jupiter team who made it possible to grow it so fast. Yeah, it's the fastest growing money market on Solana. Actually, not on Solana, but I think all chains combined. Yeah, there is a typo here. Yeah, so it's currently at $1.8 billion. Active loans, 725 million. Total earned deposits have earned $15 million. So overall users on our earning dashboard has earned $15 million in just 5 months. And there are currently 80 active borrow vaults. So yeah, lots and lots of options. But I believe these numbers will go to thousands of borrow vaults and tens of billions in dollars over next 1-2 years. So yeah, I mean, and
a lot of growth to be had. This is my favorite chart in all of crypto right now. This is the active loans growth rate. You'll see that Jupiter Lend is at 28,000% relative to everybody else. Obviously, there's a little bit of a cheat, right? Because we've only been around for 5 months, so it's very fast for our growth rate to go here. But the reason that I still love this chart anyway is that it shows something very clear. No one else has been able to crack the borrow lend space in the last year or so, right? All the other protocols that have been doing it for many, many years. Only with Jupiter's kind of distribution power and Fluid's tech are we able to build a new entrant in a sector that has historically been entirely dominated by incumbents. So this is a major deal. Even if the number is a little funny, the story that it tells is kind of critical to understand of what the growth trajectory we're actually on.
Yeah, so what's so special about Jupiter Land? It has one of the highest LTVs and LTs, and it's not just a number that we have just added, but it's backed by a lot of algorithm and math behind it. Our liquidation engine is the best in the whole industry, which allows us to provide the highest LTVs and LT LTVs and LT is loan to value and liquidation threshold. So user gets the most value out of their collateral and asset. They're able to borrow the most. The experience for lender is probably the simplest in probably all of DeFi, and I think it's the only or surely the only major protocol which has a single-click tokenized deposit on Solana. And by single-click tokenized deposit, it's truly tokenized deposit, which means you get yield-bearing tokens which you can transfer to any address, and you'll still be earning on those tokens. So those tokens really represents your deposits. So yeah, I think it's the only major protocol that truly supports the tokenized deposit and not just the representation in a token. Yeah, it has shit ton of audits. It's just 5 months old, and the code base has already went through 7+ audit. We've spent, I think, probably more than $1 million. I think maybe more. I don't know on the audits, and Fluid on other chains. We have since we've been live since 2 years, and we've been in the industry for more than 8 years, and we never lost a single dollar of any user. Overall, Fluid has $5 billion in overall total deposits, and not a single dollar of any user on any chain has been lost till now. And we're bringing the same security standards to Jupiterland as well on Solana.
Let's go. In addition to all those banger features, I will say we just shipped a quality of life upgrade that I personally am very excited about. All of those reasons, high LTVs, open source, trusted, etc. That's how we have got to where we are today. We're going to continue to grow by doing that simplicity that I was talking about earlier. So now it's never been easier to find the assets that you need to deposit, what the opportunities are going to be. This has long been requested. I was playing around with it this morning. It is just much better, and I think you're going to dig it. And in addition, on the security side, major announcement.
On top of 7+ audits that we already have, we now also have Certora formal verification. It allows to mathematically verify and make sure that the balances match and the protocol is always fully liquid. So, and any update that we do on the code base goes through all these checks that are done by the Certora team. And so anything that we update in future will automatically get verified right when we push it. So yeah, on top of audits, we now are also formally verified.
Pretty crazy. Open source, 7 audits, and formally verified in 5 months. I'm not sure that any protocol has ever taken security that seriously before. Where are we going next, though? This is really the kind of heart of what we're going to say. If you're in the back of the room, we have some alpha. I got you 15 to 16% on stablecoin yield. If you come in and listen to this right now, you'll definitely want to stay for the rest of this. What we are trying to do now is take this idle capital that exists and turn it into active capital. This is one of the major benefits we believe of DeFi and what Jupiter Lend is going to be able to do that separates us from the rest of the competition. Let's talk about some problems. Solana has a problem. I say problem in quotes here, right? Did you know that 75% of all the Solana that is staked, about $50 billion of assets, is natively staked? It's not actually in liquid stake tokens like Jupe Sol. How many people here have Jupe Sol? Can I just say? Yeah, all right, all the smart people I see. Yeah, it's actually just locked on that validator, can't do anything with it. It's unavailable in DeFi. And if you don't have these assets being in Solana DeFi, you're reducing the productivity of the ecosystem as a whole. This has plagued the ecosystem for many years, until now. Samyak, what are we launching?
And launching today, you can use native stake as collateral on Jupiterland. As Cash mentioned, we just unlocked the $50 billion to be used in the DeFi PVL. And we support, I think, more than probably six native stake collateral, and we'll keep on adding more. So yeah, I think this will give another boost to the growth to Jupiterland over next few weeks.
These are the launch partners that we're doing it with. Of course, if you stake with any of these guys, you can just go to Jupiterland and it'll show up in the interface. You'll be able to start to borrow against it without moving it. Jupiter obviously is included as well. Anyone that stakes on the Jupiter validator natively can use the product too. Really excited about how this is going to bring more capital into Jupiterland and allow us to grow that total supply and borrow even faster. Here's the second problem that all of on-chain finance has. There's $100 billion plus of assets that are held idle in a sense, right? This is Bitcoin, ETH, Sol, held by large funds that for regulatory or security reasons don't want to bring it fully on-chain. They keep it in the custodian accounts, and they can't get access to the yields and the power of DeFi. That's the problem. Samyak, how are we solving that now?
Borrow on-chain via assets in qualified custody. So we are broadening the overall services of Jupiterland, and soon users who have their assets on custody solutions will be able to we will be able to issue them loans via Jupiterland. And yeah, I mean, as Cash mentioned, we're unlocking borrowing power for more than $100 billion of crypto that are on the custody solutions. And yeah, and as we go on, I think it will expand to more and more assets like gold, silver, that are probably in hundreds of billions or if not trillions in the custody solution. So yeah, that's another thing.
There's a major 50 billion opportunity, there's a $100 billion plus opportunity. The last one is a problem that we all have, which is that there are trillions of dollars in assets. I'm talking equities, commodities, Forex, et cetera, that are again sitting idle, right? In your brokerage account, you buy gold, it sits there, hopefully it goes up. You buy Tesla stock, you buy whatever else, they just sit there. They're not turning into productive capital. You can't borrow against them, increase your yield, do whatever else you might need to do with that money. And that is a problem that, again, we are solving today with
enabling tokenized RWAs as collateral within Jupiter Lend. Yeah, so we'll be going live finally with stocks, which I am personally very excited about because this just unlocks a whole newer class of assets in crypto, which, as Cash said, stocks, commodities, and trillions of other trillions of dollars in assets in different solutions. So yeah, I mean, we will be going live with all of these, or at least 4 of these.
Yeah. The future is assets coming on-chain. It's better rails, they can move around the world, permissionlessly accessed and so forth. We want to bring all of those into Jupiter Lend and turn that idle capital into productive capital. I got 21 seconds left, but there is one more thing I wanted to share. It's the thing I'm maybe most excited about in this whole talk right here. You heard Ben Liu talk earlier that you deposit Jup USD into Jupiter Lend, you now get juiced back. So we changed the name from JL Jup USD to juiced. Sounds a little bit nicer, sounds a little bit slicker. It's the exact same thing though, it is a tokenized deposit. It's just the name that's changed. It might take 2 or 3 days to show up in your wallet. But with this juiced token that you now receive, I am delighted to announce the juiced loop. This is live, that's right. Excited, they don't even know what it is yet. That's how much I love this team. The juiced loop takes advantage of the single greatest strength that Jupiter has, which is this gigantic product suite and how these products can interrelate better together. Since Jup USD is for the people, we take the shared economics that are underneath it from the treasuries that the Jupiter company gets. Jup USD not yield bearing. There are treasuries backing it. That does generate yield that comes to us, which we put right back into Jupiter Lend. And because we share those economics, you can actually loop it against other stablecoins with much more sustainable yield. Because Juiced gets not just the treasuries, not just the incentives, whatever lending APY it has as well. But typically, we expect it to outperform the rates for other stablecoins on the borrow side. And as of today, you can now do the Juiced loop for yourself right now with Jup USD, deposit it in, and then multiplied it up. USDC right now is live. I think it's about 16% APY on your stablecoins, with USDT and USDG coming very soon. These, yeah, let's make some noise.
Hopefully today.
Huh?
Coming very soon, hopefully today.
Yeah, hopefully in the next few hours, actually. This is a giant deal. This is sustainable stablecoin yield. The yield is coming from the advantage that Jupiter has because we have our own stablecoin, our own borrow lend market, and a massive amount of liquidity, including the deepest USDC pool on Solana, point blank period. Big deal. I can promise you this availability is not going to last for a while. If you are here, you should go take it right now or it'll be gone in the next few days, is my guess. So that's a lot of shipping. Quick recap. I'm just flying through because we're a little bit behind on time. New UI shipped for Jupiter Lend today. Formal verification completed by Satora. Great for security here. Launching borrowing against native stake that's live right now. Announcing lending against custodied assets. Announcing X stocks as collateral coming very soon. And finally, the juiced loop, which I think people are going to love. That's what we got for you. That's why we say just use Jupiter Lend. Simpler for lenders, better for borrowers. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Yeah.
This side.
All right.
All right, give it up one more time for Cash and Samyak, everybody! All right, I got 3 public service announcements. Public service announcement number 1, we have a Jup USD treasure hunt. They're on these little paper bills. They're hidden all around the venue. If you find them, they're yours. Go to the first floor to get your prize. The second service announcement is that we have a celebrity guest who has flown very far to be here. I can't tell you who this person is, but you definitely don't want to miss the very end of the day. If you leave before the end of the day and you see the pictures on X.com, you're not going to be feeling very good about yourself. And number 3, it's lunchtime, so we're going to have lunch until 2 p.m. We will see you at 2 p.m. for our first talk. See you very soon, everybody.
'cause we made it somewhere up the side. I feel God, yeah, I feel ya. Try to find a sweetness in the time. Wash away your soap, they say. We can get the good stuff of it. I climb and play, I snow just stay. We can get them off, girl, baby. You want me, but you know it all, and me know, and me know. You want me, but you know it all, and me know, and me know.
Relájate, cariño. Relájate, amor. Toma caipirinha, siente el calor. No te enfadas más. Ven, ven, dame tu paz. Pasa lo que pasa, conmigo te vas, te vas, te vas. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa encendida, quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días. Noches. Yeah. Sabes, drama no pega en verano. Olvida los celos, olvida rencor. Aquí no hay pelea, mi amor. Solo reggaetón, ton, ton. Solo reggaetón. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa encendida, quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días. Noches. Yeah.
No te enfades conmigo, no pude ser tu abrigo, pero piénsalo lo bonito, esta canción para ti he escrito.
Chiquitita, pitufita, para mí tú más bonita.
Sin ti todo pierde sentido.
Mami linda, yo no quiero esta vida sin ti.
Oh, no, por favor te lo pido. Quizás te piensas cosas, sí, lo sé, pero piensa lo maravilloso que tenemos y podemos. Te pido este amor, mantenemos. Chiquitita, pitufita, para mí tú más bonita. Sin ti todo pierde sentido. Mami linda, yo no quiero esta vida sin ti. Oh, no, por favor te lo pido. Why don't you can never know? Until I will, I lead you and never slide. And I hope all said and fine is what you want. We were golden in the night, chasing echoes, chasing light. Every beat reminds me to, I'm still dancing back to you. We were golden in the night, chasing echoes, chasing light. Every beat reminds me to, I'm still dancing back to you.
And we are back, everybody. Let's go! All right, okay, so this is only day one of CatLumpurr, the second half of the first day, but it's going to be jam-packed with back-to-back announcements. And next up, we have another OG in the Solana space, has been building here 4 years, and he's going to be telling you all about the latest and greatest developer tools that are building over at Jupiter Exchange. Give it up for YY!
Hello everyone, my name is YY, running the developer concierge at Jupiter. Today, I'm going to cover a lot of ground. What we have observed across the last year, where our APIs are heading, and how we are refreshing them. And something we've been building that changes how you build with Jupiter entirely. Amo's going to join me for the last part. This is the biggest update we've shipped for developers. We don't want to decide what the next great crypto apps are. We released Jupiter APIs so that whatever they are or whoever they might be, Jupiter is already the backbone behind them. The easiest way to see this is to look at how much of Solana DeFi already runs through Jupiter. Jupiter is much, much bigger than just our own interface. From the support of countless integrations, a pattern starts to emerge. A growing number of projects building with Jupiter, and interestingly, we are seeing waves of teams that are not Solana native, like centralized exchanges, projects from EVM, real established businesses from traditional finance, integrating with Jupiter to tap into Solana's growing markets and liquidity. And we are the backbone. This speaks for itself. Last year, 1,500 projects paid for higher rate limits. That is 1,500 teams building something real with Jupiter. They've made over 100 billion requests, and of all time, they have generated more than $750 million in fees through our APIs. These numbers don't even include our free and impactful Lite API, which is used at a massive scale. The actual footprint is much larger than what's on this slide. This is what it means to be the backbone of Solana DeFi, the backbone of real users, real transactions, and real businesses. When we look closer at the data, nearly all of that usage collapses into 3 core liquidity APIs. To be clear, Jupiter is so much more than these 3 APIs. We have land, limit order, DCA, and much more developer resources. But when we looked at what teams actually build on, it comes back to these 3 APIs, the building blocks of every on-chain businesses. Token defines what you're interacting with, price defines how you reason about it, and swap, where those decisions turn into executions. We didn't arrive at this by planning. We arrived here by experimenting and watching how teams actually build. When usage concentrates this clearly, we as a platform has a responsibility to focus and harden. We are doing a full refresh of these 3 core liquidity APIs, swap, token, and price. The vision is the same since we started, offering the most simple and most accessible set of APIs that helps you build real on-chain businesses. Let me start with swap. Ultra and Metis were not experiments. They carried out real volume, real apps, and real responsibility. But they serve very different needs. Metis is a routing primitive. Ultra is an execution engine. Over the past year, we've been listening and watching how teams actually use these APIs. Having 2 different APIs feels like a binary choice. It made it feel like a compromise, like a trade-off. And this introduces unnecessary complexity. From this point onward, there will no longer be an Ultra or Metis decision to be made. Introducing the Unified Swap API. It provides the best of both worlds, a routing primitive, execution engine, and all features you need for swaps. One endpoint, one mental model for all types of use cases. This means you build what you actually set out to build, and let us handle the rest. We'll share more about this very soon. Moving on to token and price. Token and price come from a very, very different place. We started with the ecosystem token list, a source of truth for the community, and it has evolved many, many times over the years. But the vision has never changed. Token and price are the backbone of discovery. What exists on Solana and what it's worth. Here's why it matters. The data you receive today from these endpoints is what powers our very own Jupyter interfaces, web, mobile, and so much more. We index and support millions of tokens and swap transactions, which powers millions of API requests every single day in production. We don't ship what we don't use. Our foundation is your foundation to build real on-chain businesses. And with that, we are bringing Token V2 and Price V3 APIs out of beta and treating them as first-class APIs alongside Swap. Not because they are finally ready, but because the ecosystem deserves the same foundation we built on, the same vision we set out years ago. 3 core liquidity APIs, all refreshed, all production ready. Everything you've seen so far is about one thing: empowering and enabling businesses to build on Solana DeFi. But building is only the first half of the story. What happens after you ship? Well, I have no idea. That's Ammo's problem.
So, what happens after you ship? Reality hits. Real users show up, and suddenly all questions change. It's no longer about if the app works. It's about what is actually happening. You have real volume, real consequences, and no visibility. Flying blind after launch is kind of the norm in crypto. This did not start as a product decision. They showed up in discussions with teams, building real products, real apps, doing real volume, asking the same questions over and over and over again. What's happening with my requests? What's happening with my APIs? What's happening? We don't know what basically, we had no real visibility in our apps when something changed in the backend for the APIs. The missing piece. Once you're in production, you need a place to understand what's going on behind the scenes. But this isn't something we should be able to convince you to use. This is something you'll end up needing anyway. Stripe defined what building on payments should feel like. Vercel defined what deploying frontends should feel like. But DeFi has never had that until now. Introducing the developer platform. Everything you need to build all under one roof. When we say one roof, we don't just mean the APIs. We say logs, docs, metrics, and so much more. All unified under dev.jup.ag, one domain. Caring about all this is what makes the difference between a real on-chain business versus a hackathon project. This is the future.
Not to boast, but we are most probably the highest used APIs in crypto. With such great power comes great responsibility. If this many teams use Jupyter, we have to set the standard of what DeFi as a service looks like. Less guessing, more building. This is the bar. But one more thing. The current pricing model is simple, way too simple in my opinion. It does not actually reflect how teams actually use Jupyter APIs. One rate limit per tier across all of the APIs, it's kind of like an umbrella solution. So here is where we are headed. A pay-as-you-go model with a base fee per tier, with each API having its own consumption costs. You only pay for what you use. But this isn't final. This is a proposal that we are presenting to the people that build on us, and we want feedback from you. Talk to us, tell us what you feel, what works, what doesn't, and what you're thinking. To conclude, everything Bye and I talked about here today, from refreshed APIs to unified swap API to pricing models and the developer platform, it's all in service of this. Building on Jupyter should feel predictable, understandable, and boring in the best way possible. Build with confidence with Jupyter APIs, the backbone of Solana DeFi. Thank you.
All right, give it up one more time for YY and Ammo, everybody. All right, Malaysia Boleh. Woo, okay. We often talk about onboarding the next billion users, and this next speaker is going to tell us exactly how we're about to do that. I am so pleased to bring onto the stage the lead of Jupyter Academy, Thomas. Allez, mon ami.
Hello everyone. Well, today we're gonna speak about how we're gonna bring DeFi to everyone's hands. And what I said, even your grandma will just use Jupyter this year. Well, we all know DeFi is useful, and I think that people should use it, and we can all agree on this. But there is no great place to start right now. There is many education content and academies like this, but there is still so many problems with it. We all know that the best place to start crypto is Jupyter. If you have used Jupyter, you know that we have almost all the DeFi products that the current ecosystem can offer. So why not forwarding newbies and newcomers directly into Jupyter? So we introduced today Jupyter Academy, the first full content education hub about DeFi that will be directly integrated with Jupyter products. Thanks to Brian. Thank you. So with Brian, which I've been working closely with, he's really awesome and he definitely deserves some applause too. Thanks to Brian. Brian has been working on the video content of Jupyter Academy, and he's trying to make it the most easy for people who just arrive in crypto to understand what is DeFi, what is crypto, what is the blockchain, what is Jupyter Swap, so many things, and it's really hard to get into DeFi today. Well, we believe that education is a gateway to people to get into crypto. And so the main thing we have to understand is what are the barriers for people to get into crypto. Right now we have some problems, like accessibility. People don't know where to find the right content for them. If you know crypto, it's pretty easy. You can just search about what's blockchain, how this protocol works. But someone who just new to crypto, it's very hard to find the proper content for what is searched for. It's also very complex for people. If you just don't know what is Jupyter, what is Jupyter Land, if you want to earn yield and stuff, you don't know, you don't understand what is it, so it's really hard for people. What's next? Trust. We have many problems about trust in crypto. You all know that people heard about scams, about hacks, about volatility of Bitcoin, and the market is dropping right now. So many people see it like, I'm just gonna lose money if I get into crypto. How to set up a wallet? Someone can hack my wallet tomorrow and I lose everything I put into my Jupyter mobile. So we have to make them safe into the space and to deliver them the great information to stay safe in the space. That's our focus, for sure. And education, too. Where to find the content that will help on what you actually need. It's really fragmented. There is education content all over the web. There is many platforms already, but it's really fragmented, and Jupyter will solve this because we have all the products in one same place. So that is the most easiest way to start. If you want to swap tokens, if you want to buy or sell tokens, you can just use Jupyter. If you want to earn yield on your assets, you can just use Jupyter as well. And if you want to do prediction market, for example, you don't need to go on another platform like all the one you know, Polymarket or Kalshi. You can just directly go on Jupyter Predict. So we want to have all of this in one place, and we think this is very, very important for people. Well, that is the 3 key points for Jupyter Academy. We don't want people to think about complex things, and we just want them to make this the most easiest for them. We don't have to talk about blockchain. People don't have to understand everything about Jupyter or blockchain or crypto. You don't have to get a PhD to start. So it's just so simple. We want to tell people that is what you can do with Jupyter, basically like electricity. You can just use electricity. What you can do with electricity, you can have a lamp, you can have lights, but you just don't want to spill water on it. That's it. So this is simple. Jupyter has every DeFi product. So we think that this is actually the most easy way to bring everyone into a place and to make them learning about DeFi because they don't have to go anywhere else. That's the one-stop library point. And then the third point, which is very important and what we introduced with Academy, is to make the learning fun again, because it's so boring to go into any education content right now into crypto. Well, that's how Academy looks like, and that's about the gamification stuff. We really want to make it playful for people who arrive on Academy. And so we introduced some stuff like XP earnings. You can earn experience by completing lessons and by completing actions. This could be like questions about something you just learned about into the content. For example, if you answer the quiz, you'll see on the top right corner that you are earning some experience on this example. We will also have achievements, which is just some rewards you can show to your friends, some badges and stuff you can share on X, for example. This is just to make it a reward for people, rewardful. And so we will introduce this shortly after the beta release. Well, something else we want to have a streak option and daily tasks. So you could come on Academy and perform some actions. For example, today you have to complete one lesson about Jupyter Land or one lesson about how to swap on Jupyter. You will earn the task, you will just complete the task, and it will increase your streak. So that's it for gamification. I hope you find this cool. Let's talk about sponsored invites. We want to introduce right into Academy a way to onboard your friends and family. So we're making this easy. Thanks to Jupyter Mobile, we already have the Jupyter Send API, which makes available the sending just USDC, Solana, or JupUSD right to your friend just by scanning a QR code or just sending a link. This is really easy, and we really believe that the simplest way for people to get onboarded to crypto. You there just send a QR code to your friend, they scan it, they get right into Academy. They will just learn about a few things about Jupyter, how to swap, how to earn yield, just basic things, simple. We're not talking about how it works behind. You just need to know what you can do with it. And so you're the gateway for people to get onboarded. You can send them the gift with some USDC in it. When they complete it, they get the USDC directly. And there is no gas on Jupyter Mobile, as you know. This makes that possible. You can just send USDC, they swap to Solana, and it's possible on Jupyter Mobile because you don't pay fees in Solana. You don't have to KYC, you don't have to put your credit card. So this is really important for a newbie. If you onboarded your friends and you send them Jupyter Mobile right now, and they don't have USDC you send to them, they will have to KYC or to put a credit card to fund the wallet, which is not a great workflow for sure. So we make it very easy with this, and sponsored invites will roll out a few weeks after the release. Well, another thing very important for us at Academy is to focus on the mobile experience. The Academy should be right into your pocket. So everywhere you are at any time of the day, you should be able to learn more about Jupyter products and how it works. And we will integrate it right into Jupyter Mobile then. This is also a great experience for newcomers because Jupyter Mobile is more simple than the current jup.ag website app, which is more for advanced people. And you will have all the products directly just to one tab. So if you're learning about the swap, for example, you can just go one tab away and swap USDC for Solana or anything. So this is really the most simple we can make for users. Well, to make Academy a success, we need you, the community, all of you here. So we're planning to have a dedicated server Discord for Academy to onboard the new users in a safe space. It's really important for them to be sure there is no people who try to scam them or anything. So we will display badge on the Discord server of Academy, and they will be in a space right away from the current DJs of the ecosystem, you know. So all the Academy lessons, by the way, will be created by the team. We will have the help of the product leaders of the other products at Jupyter, but we also want you to contribute to Academy. So we will release something that make you able to contribute to Academy, to bring your knowledge there, and we are showcasing the person who written the lessons. And we may be able also to roll out some videos for some content you made. So that's very important. We want people to know who write the lesson, who write the content, and you can contribute to this, to make this the best knowledge experience or the best knowledge content base we have in DeFi right now. Well, for the release, you can expect us to have the release of Academy in the next few weeks. It's not available right now as of today, but it will be rolling out very soon. We will have the beginner lessons, the sponsored invites, and also the Discord server set up with some badges that you can collect directly from your interactions into the Jupyter Academy. For the Q2, you can expect us to integrate on-chain actions, which is the way to validate lessons by performing action directly into Jupyter app. So for example, if we're asking you to perform a swap, you just learned about how to make a swap, you'll be able to complete this action right into Academy to make it even simpler. It will be reflected directly into the app. Achievements, we talked about this before, it will be some rewards that you can get. There will probably be some achievements in the beta release, but we're going to introduce more then. And we have advanced lesson and intermediate lesson as well. So we want to go forward in time this year to get more content lessons for people who are already users of Jupyter. Maybe you just use one product of Jupyter today, you don't know about everything we're doing, and you're struggling about discovering all the products of Jupyter. So we will also have a lesson for these most advanced users. Well, that's it. And I think the best gift you can make to your friends and family in 2026 is just use Jupyter Send and send it to your friends and family to get them onboarded in Academy and send them some USDC. Join us on X at Jup Academy. Thank you.
Oh man, we love the French. All right, this next talk is actually one of the biggest talks of the day. It's one of the reasons why you folks flew all the way to Kuala Lumpur. Come on, let's give it up for Malaysia, everybody. This next talk is going to be by two heavy hitters. We have a product lead over at Jupyter. His name is Thomas. And we also have the president of Jupyter, Xiao Xiao. They're going to be coming on stage and giving us some of the biggest products announcements of the year. Let's go!
All right. Welcome to the most exciting launch presentation here at CatLumpurr. We're going to tell you how we literally bring everyday finance on-chain. with Jupiter Global. My name is Xiao Xiao, President at Jupiter. I'm here with Thomas, our Jupiter Global product lead, who joined us, by the way, only in mid-October 2025, when this was only an idea. And in typical Jupiter fashion and speed, he has taken this with a lean squad from idea to beta product to global launch in only 3 months. When we think about everyday finance, we talk mostly about payments. We use them every day, but they are mired in massive problems. Current Web 2 or crypto payment solutions are simply expensive, slow, and fragmented. While on-chain value, like on Jupiter, until today, is still often trapped without real-world utility. Some staggering numbers to illustrate the scale of frictions. Sending money cross-border still costs about 6.5% on average. You might think maybe that's not that much. But in a global remittance market that totals $900 billion a year, this is about $60 billion a year that are paid to intermediaries that are simply unnecessary. We can abstract that away. Second, onboarding friction is a real growth killer. One study found that 70% of consumers simply abandon financial applications during the onboarding process due to broken KYC and slow on and off-ramp processes. They simply abandon, they give up. Third, existing crypto payment solutions need on average over 10 vendors stitched together underneath the surface, which leads to fragmented UX, inconsistent reliability, and simply higher cost. And all of these lead together to the fact that stablecoins today isn't really money in a daily sense and only accepted at roughly 6,000 merchants globally, while Visa is still accepted at over 175 million merchants globally. These are clearly very difficult problems to solve, but solving them can unlock huge value. Payment cards are a 26 trillion volume per year industry. However, crypto cards, despite all of the headlines we might read today, are only 0.02% of that. There's huge upside to grow together with this market. The global QR code payment, and this is something that I was really surprised by, is valued at $5.4 trillion in 2025. And this, by the way, mostly happens in emerging markets, not in New York, not in London, but in South America and here in Southeast Asia. Scan to pay is now an everyday payment behavior, and we want to innovate there. And then lastly, this is the biggest prize of it all, a total of $180 trillion in global cross-border payments happens every year. And this is across retail and commercial payment. So huge markets for us to go after if we solve these problems. And because of the size of this prize is so large, there are many formidable players that are trying to offer solutions from different angles. And I'm going to tell you how Jupiter will be uniquely positioned to differentiate here. First, in DeFi, payment companies like EtherFi and Cast, they have some levels of on-chain infrastructure. However, they lack Jupiter-sized super app synergies. Thomas will tell you a little bit more shortly how we're going to leverage the super app synergies to really make Jupiter Global unique. Second, the Web 2 neobanks and Stexes like Robinhood and Coinbase have great UX and local rails. However, they lack on-chain native technologies. If you don't believe me, just look at our recent announcements. Both Coinbase and Robinhood are integrated with Jupiter's Ultra API to access our on-chain liquidity and flows. They cannot build it themselves. They have to integrate with us. And thirdly, traditional banks like JP Morgan or Bank of America have regulatory trust and license, but we all know they're super slow and they lack both UX and on-chain capabilities. They simply cannot do that themselves. We believe that Jupiter Global will combine the best of all three worlds, and that if anyone can win, it will be Jupiter. We have the strongest full-stack team to build fast, cheap, and convenient on-chain payments at scale. Where we win is down to our on-chain native technology that neobanks and TradFi simply cannot replicate, super app synergies that DeFi startups like Cast cannot match, and hyper-local rails that will allow us to be uniquely useful in parts of the world that others simply will shy away from. It may have become clear to you that the world of on-chain and everyday finance historically have been very separate from each other. We're here to change that. Why we're particularly excited about Jupiter Global is because of this flywheel that you see here, because it closes a loop that has kept both worlds separate and that Jupiter is uniquely positioned to bridge. With the launch of Jupiter Global, we are now bringing everyday financial utility to on-chain users and their assets. This makes on-chain finance more relatable to everyday life, easier to explain to your friends and family why on-chain matters and why you should use on-chain finance, and simply will make it more attractive to onboard net new users. So this drives essentially new user acquisition. However, this is the other part of the flywheel. This in turn brings more everyday users that are currently not in crypto, not on-chain, to on-chain finance. Best way to do crypto. And once more users are into the flywheel via Jupiter Global, this means more engagement on-chain across all of our products, more utility of assets on-chain, and simply more synergy between all of the products that you've heard about today. And this means that this part of the flywheel drives user attention. So really, like, this flywheel will encompass both acquisition and retention. It will bridge every day with on-chain. In addition to user acquisition and retention, we believe this will also lift Jupiter simply from the outside into a new category of on-chain native neobank. Now, without further ado, we introduce Jupiter Global. Live as of today on Jupiter's mobile app, you will find on your favorite on-chain super app a new section. Clicking on it will open the window to a new world that seamlessly bridges on-chain and everyday finance. I will introduce Thomas to present some of the key features that are live on day one. Over to you.
Thank you. All right, Jupiter Global. Guys, hugely excited to tell you more about the key features that are currently available on Jupiter Mobile. You can access them right now. Directly into your mobile app, there will be a very clean toggle right next to the avatar. You can click it and access our new products. It consists of a unified onboarding to get you verified smoothly under 5 minutes. A premium card, pretty unique in the industry, to finally allows you to spend all your on-chain assets. And finally, personally my favorite, to be honest, local QR Pay that will not only allow you to pay 0 fees at the fanciest restaurants in London and New York, but also for snake wine in the Vietnamese jungle. I will shortly tell you more about that part. Before we go into the very exciting product detail stuff, I want to talk a little bit about the core principles that we really carried with us throughout the development and ideation process of Jupiter Global. We believe strongly that these will set us apart from the competition in bringing everyday finance on-chain. First up, efficiency. We don't just aggregate vendors. We bring more of the stack in-house, we build it internally, and therefore we win on cost, speed, and most importantly, control of the payment experience. Second, compliance. Maybe not the favorite topic for the most people in this room, but KYC is a feature, not a bug. Strong compliance controls and regulatory ties result in deep market access, which actually allows us to give you the most local, stable experience ever. And lastly, we're on-chain. We treat stablecoins as the primary balance, and they're instantly usable across every payment method we offer within Jupiter Global. All right, exciting things. So, most excited about this feature, Jupiter QR Pay. It allows anyone to pay like a true local. What does that mean? So what does that mean in everyday life? I was actually on a holiday with my family in the Vietnamese jungle, Mekong Delta area. We ended up at a local merchant shop that was selling snake wine. I wanted to try it the only way we could pay for these products was actually through the local QR payment method. A problem for me at the time, because I was only carrying your regular Visa and MasterCard cards. But now, with QR code via Jupiter Global, you can use stable coins to pay for this stuff at 0 fees for both the merchant and the consumer. Most excitingly, it is the first ever on-chain, truly on-chain QR pay. Send money to friends and pay any QR merchant instantly. Not intended officially for off-ramp, but choose your own adventure. 0% on fees, important to highlight, very unique within the industry. It is powered by hyperlocal rails that connect directly into each country's QR network. For Jupiter Global, it is the gateway to the next billion users, the unbanked and the underbanked, that use QR payments as their primary source of pay. Next, I guess a few of you have already seen what we have opened up recently. We're launching the Jupiter Card, top-tier premium virtual card for everyone. It is going to be with seamless settlement, backed one-to-one USDC to USD at all times. It is a true crypto credit card to make sure that it's safe for you to use, with the highest acceptance rates out there. And you can spend it at 150 million plus merchants worldwide that accept Visa. We're one of the few to give everyone access to Visa's highest premium tier, Visa Infinite. We're launching it in a little over 60 countries, and we're quickly expanding that over the next couple of months. Lastly, remember when Xiao spoke about broken onboarding, fragmented KYC in financial apps, not just within DeFi. About 70% of users give up during the onboarding process. We're happy to introduce Jupiter ID. You onboard only once and never again. The simplest way to get verified in under 5 minutes, and you have to only do it once. We keep it privacy first by minimizing what is stored, and we leverage trusted licensed partners to carry out the process. No worries, DeFi will stay truly DeFi. Jupiter Global will be a separate mode and a clear switch to keep your accounts protected. All right, all very exciting stuff, but it's just the beginning. What we're going to do in Q2, Q3, and Q4 is quite remarkable. We have a packed 2026 roadmap to make Jupiter Global truly indispensable for your everyday on-chain payments. First up, local fiat bank transfers for on and off-ramp at some of the lowest fees and up to 15 local currencies. Premium lifestyle memberships accessible for everyone. And lastly, multi-chain deposit and send to easily get money into Jupiter Global and take it out. Up in Q3, we're going to have cash off-ramp up to $10,000 per transaction and real cashback funded by JupUSD Yield. No points, real cashback. And lastly, to top off the year 2026, we're building the global stablecoin swap aggregator as the core of Jupiter Global with direct point-of-sale integration to address all of the adoption problems we still see in on-chain finance. Lastly, please go and sign up for Jupiter Global. It's the toggle right next to the avatar in the app. Please let us know your feedback. We are here to learn and ship the products for you. Thank you.
Let's go.
Give it up one more time for Xiao and Thomas, everybody. Was I right or was I right? These are some of the biggest announcements of the year, and I'm telling you, there's nothing more powerful than taking your on-chain assets and using them for real-world payment use cases. Okay, and now, I got one more special announcement since we have so many people in the room. If you were here before lunch, you would already know this. But today, in a couple of hours, we have a very special celebrity guest that has flown very far to be here, so you don't want to miss this. You want to be here in a couple of hours. But now, of course, we have another Jupiter OG, a man who is the head of Jupiter Mobile. If you have Jupiter Mobile, take your phones out and show that wallet. Let's go! Give it up for Aaron!
Hello, hello. Hi, CatLumpurr. It's so good to be back. I see a lot of familiar faces. And I'm super excited to present to you Jupyter Mobile in 2026. Right? So our tagline this year is one app, everything on chain. Right? So I want to give you guys a good run through about 2025. Like crazy year for Jupyter Mobile. We shipped a ton, and I'm super proud of what we've built, for the Solana ecosystem. A fully native Jupyter app. We brought all the best of Jupyter into your palms, and this goes on in phases, right? So in V1, we pushed out the trading arc, right? And we created the best swap experience. It was really simple. If you guys are OGs, you would have remembered. It was just a swap form and your tokens. Now, we've come a long way, and you can see the current app state. V2, we shipped the DeFi arc, right? And this was one of the most exciting times for Jupyter Mobile. You have portfolio integrated, Jupyter Lend Earn integrated, trigger, limit, recurring, all in. And this is still by far the best app for DeFi, right? And recently, we launched V3, the trenching arc, right? And this is something that Solana is super underappreciated for. I think that Jupyter Mobile right now has the best mobile trenching experience. And we set out to just give you the whole trading setup within a single interface. So, Token Pro, Alpha Scan, all fully integrated with deep token insights into your wallets. So how do we stack up, right, against others right now? Right? Jupyter Mobile has obviously paved the way for many other wallets you see right now. You can see that portfolio, I know other wallets have started integrated all of these features into their app. Gasless support. Jupyter Mobile is the only wallet right now with full gasless support regarding sends and swaps. And P&L tracking, something that I was super excited to present to you guys. You can track your wins and your losses. And of course, limit and recurring orders built natively to the app. And the V3 token discovery, which allows you to really go through everything about deep token insights. Right? So where is Jupyter Mobile right now? I'm proud to present to you Jupyter Mobile over the past 6 months have amassed 8.16 billion in swap volume natively. Incredible, yeah. And we've hit 300K monthly power users, so everyone here who have Jupyter Mobile installed on your phone, you guys are in here. And this is an insane number. You know why? Here's where we stand against the biggest. So this is a chart of the native swap volume against the biggest, right? Phantom. And in terms of native swap volume, Jupyter Mobile over the past 2 months has overtaken Phantom. And this is incredible because we've risen to capture, a big market share in terms of not just, users, but also volume. And especially on volume, we are doing so much more than Phantom natively. And I think based on data, we are roughly about 10x less in terms of their user base. And Jupyter is where the power is. This is where power users will stay, and this is where the whole Solana ecosystem will continue using powerful features through the mobile app. So what's next for Jupyter Mobile? I'm really excited to announce V4, the Normie app. So 2026 is about abstracting complexities, right? Giving you the same level of power from Jupyter with even simpler tools and simpler experiences and interfaces. The first pillar, right, would be, to abstract all complexities by all actions within the app. Trade, earn, spending now, right? You don't even know it's powered by crypto, and that's the key.
So we're going to provide guestless support for swaps, transfers, and deposits. And of course, Jupyter Mobile is going to power global, and we are going to integrate the global experience into the mobile app seamlessly for on-ramps, off-ramps, card spends, QR payments, whatever you think of, it's going to be through Jupyter Mobile. And part of the initiative of bringing everybody into Jupyter, new users alike, is to educate them and help them understand all the products that we have. I think roughly we have about 15 products. How incredible. And it's our job in the mobile experience to bring you, the simplest understanding of what Jupyter can do with the same level of power. Something that I'm super excited to announce is also Rewards Hub will be coming to Jupyter Mobile. So GSR, right? Gamify, share, and refer. So we are going to bump up our incentivizations for users. We're going to continue with our campaigns, running through with everyone in the ecosystem to get you on to Jupyter Mobile if you haven't already, and really show you the true value of why Jupyter Mobile is the best right now. And of course, with this, we need a much, much better interface. I'm proud to announce V4 rebrand, a new look for Jupyter Mobile. So we will provide support for a very seamless global integration. All the products that you see for like prediction markets, perps, LEN, all seamlessly integrated into your portfolio. So V4 positions Jupyter Mobile as the default interface for on-chain finance, combining simplest onboarding and everyday payments, and powerful financial tools, I would say, into one single app. So just use Jupyter Mobile. One more thing. I'm proud to announce perps is now fully native in Jupyter Mobile in available regions, so you can start trading in Jupyter Mobile right from your trade tab, right? So the full experience is significantly smoother. It's fully native, and everything is built right into your swap tab right now. So if you guys have Jupyter Mobile, have fun. We have the full trading experience now fully integrated into Jupyter Mobile. So yes, thank you everyone for your attention. Just use Jupyter Mobile.
Great job, AA Ron. If you're like me and you're a fan of both Jupyter Mobile as well as trading on desktop, then you know that the Jupyter extension has been a godsend. In fact, I was so happy when that feature launched last year, and so it is my pleasure to bring the lead developer for Jupyter extension, Ian.
Hi everyone. There have been some incredible sharing so far, and honestly, the energy in this room is the reason why we build. I'm Ian, one of the main engineers working on the wallet, and today I'm excited to dive into what we've been working on with Jupyter Wallet. Now, you must be wondering, why did we launch our own wallet? There are already multiple solutions out there, and do we really need another wallet? Well, we're not just another wallet though. At Jupyter, one thing that's constantly on our minds is how can we improve the user experience. Prior to this, while people were using Jupyter products, we had no way to guide the entire experience. And you would have to interact with our applications through solutions that might simply just provide an experience that we do not envision. With that in mind, we launched back in October with one mission: to own this last mile of the user journey and to optimize the user experience. And I'm happy to announce that despite being live for less than 4 months, we have over $1 billion of total net worth in our active wallets. And we're averaging over 20 million in daily swap volume. This volume is transacted over 188,000 unique addresses, serving over 127,000 unique users. Huge shout out to our users for trusting us from day one. With that in mind, we've focused on shipping based on 3 main pillars in order to build an optimal product that you can enjoy with the click of a button. Firstly, we optimize for zero friction. We are the fastest wallet on Solana, with 10x lower fees. No SOL for gas? No problem. Gasless transactions are supported natively, and we utilize Ultra v3 routing for optimal transactions. With auto-approve for Jupe and partner Meteora domains, things just happen with the click of a button. This experience extends within our wallet, where you can enable skip review in order to make in-wallet swap or send without an additional step. Never before has it been possible to make trades as quickly and easily as you can now. Our second focus is on full visibility. Beyond showing just token holdings or NFTs, Jupiter Wallet provides the most accurate and comprehensive solution for data, and users can trust that their DeFi positions are visible at a glance. On our DeFi tab, you can see limit orders, leverage, and LP positions easily across protocols. We also brought our global search functionality into the wallet, allowing you to not only discover trending tokens, but also opportunities across our various products, such as perks, lend, multiply, and borrow. Our third point of focus is on total secure access. We are the only Solana wallet that supports the 3 hardware wallets, Ledger, Trezor, and Keystone. As for the power users, we also support custom path derivation. But we don't only cater to crypto natives. We make it accessible to everyone, and anyone can log in with their social accounts such as Google, Apple, or Twitter. Not only that, our cross-compatibility with Jupiter Mobile allows users to sync effortlessly across devices. No more fiddling with private keys. In order to sync across devices, simply scan the QR code and there you go. Just use Jupiter. It just makes sense. But I know you guys aren't interested in us simply going over what we have released. We just shipped 2 major features earlier today. But before that, quick show of hands. Who here has manually cleaned out their wallets for the SOL rent in the last month? What about in the last year? Okay, that's actually more than I expected. For those who haven't, you actually hate money. You have a savings account that you did not know existed. Every token or NFT you've ever touched costs you 0.002 SOL in rent. And if you've been trenching or farming, you likely have hundreds of these empty accounts. And that could add up to a pretty penny. Don't worry though, we have the solution for you. Introducing Jupiter Reclaim. We are the first wallet to build this natively. No third-party sites and no extra risk. Just click and reclaim your wallet. Friend. What's even better is that because it's our native solution, we are able to incorporate Ultra technology and make it gasless. No need to transfer SOL into your various wallets in order to reclaim rent. I personally found a bunch of SOL just going through my various wallets. And honestly, it feels like an airdrop from my past self. What you see on the screen here is just V1, and we're just getting started. We're already working on the next version where we will allow users to burn scam, spam, or worthless tokens in order to reclaim even more SOL. I love money, and I know that I will love this feature. Speaking of airdrops, we will be releasing a native airdrop tracker on the Jupiter wallet as well. No more panic scrolling Twitter to find out whether you missed any airdrops. If you're eligible for a recognized airdrop, a banner will appear on your homepage. In fact, you can use Jupiter Wallet to see if you're eligible for the Jupiter ASR rewards that just dropped. Just ensure that you're on the latest version 1.8.0 before doing so. And it doesn't stop here. In V2 that we're currently working on, you will be able to view action items across your wallets at a glance. All you need to do is to scroll through the list of wallets, and you will be able to see which ones have free money up for grabs. You love money? Use Jupiter Wallet, and you get a proactive assistant that helps you out. Now what's next? We're not just building a wallet. Here at Jupiter, we're building the gateway for on-chain finance for the next million users, and more. So firstly, we heard the community, and the fastest wallet on Solana will be landing on Firefox in Q1. Full natives have also been asking for SNS support, and this similarly will be added soon. Furthermore, you will soon be able to easily trade while on Twitter, with badges shown for tickers, allowing you to get in on the action with the fastest wallet on Solana. You don't have to navigate away or worry about gas on Jupiter Wallet. Just click and trade. It's that easy. Please note though that this is an early prototype and the final version may look slightly different. We also want to reduce friction, simplifying crypto for the next million users. One of the biggest points of friction in crypto is moving money between chains. Soon, you'll be able to make cross-chain deposits directly into your Jupiter wallet. You will be able to send money to dedicated addresses on Base, Sui, and Arbitrum, and it will land on Solana. While these are the chains that we are initially supporting, there are more chains that will follow. No need for third-party bridges or centralized exchanges. We will also be pushing increased integration with other Jupiter products, starting with Jublend, and allow users to earn yield easily on tokens that are just sitting in their wallets. With auto deposit, you won't even need to do anything. Just use Jupiter and we'll handle the rest. Our roadmap is a two-way street, and your feedback is our North Star. If there's a feature that you're dying to see, please let us know. Let's make it so that you never have to leave the ecosystem again. Just use Jupiter Wallet. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ian. This next speaker is an OG Solana builder who's been a friend to many in the space. And of course, I've been using his product, Jupiter Portfolio, even before it was Jupiter Portfolio. Please give a warm welcome to our very good friend, Guam!
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a very nice day with all the recent announcements that's been made, and also the next ones. I'm Guillaume, also known as Guam in the Jupiterverse, and I'm lead portfolio at Jupiter, and I'm going to talk a little bit about on-chain finance and where portfolio is within this new on-chain world. So as you know, on-chain finance is currently kind of buzzing. There is currently 400 generating apps, fees generating apps, which are around 60% of them are DeFi protocols, meaning that already the finance is taking really activity to the highest level on-chain. There's around like 20 billion fee generated by apps in 2025, which is huge, and 25% of those are made on Solana. So it's really showing that Solana is really here to make a stand and is really part of the main part of the revenue and the fees generated. We also discovered that there is a 4.8 trillion DEX volume on 2025, and Solana alone made 31% of those, which is huge. So it's really about like showing and seeing that finance is buzzing, but portfolio is trying to be there in this on-chain world. So in order to make sure that we track everything and that you are not lost in this new finance, we created Jupiter Portfolio 1 year ago. So what is exactly Jupiter Portfolio? For those who don't know, we help you track any assets that you have on chain, which means staking, but also perps position, lendings, tokens, whatever you name it. We try to show you everything in one place, free and easy to use for anyone. So far, we've also released some new features. One of them was the airdrop checker, for instance, which is a nice way to also help you be smarter on chain, to make sure that you don't miss any opportunity and don't miss any money on chain. We try to really never miss a dollar on chain. That's my go-to target. So far, we've covered around 150 protocols on Solana, and we are the most comprehensive portfolio tracker today on Solana. But it's not only about what is portfolio, it's also about what we can bring to the ecosystem of Jupyter as a whole. So we've also started with the integration on Jupyter Mobile, meaning that you can track also your device position directly on your mobile phone, which is one of the first integration we did, and it was one of the first on Solana as well. We also quite recently released the Jupyter Wallet extension, and we also integrated portfolio data inside it. So I really advise you guys to try the Jupyter Wallet because it's one of the best actually in the game, showing you all the DeFi position that you have on your wallet, and as well as the best activity tracker possible. So we display you each thing that you have done on your wallet very specifically. We also recently were integrated in Jupyter APIs, so allowing you to fetch any Jupyter position directly from the API. And so far, we've helped like 6 million people in 2025. Yeah, big number. And so we really try to help those people and more in the future. And those people were able to track and find millions. We've received so many feedbacks of people discovering like money that they forgot about. They've deposited maybe on some protocols or whatever, some old stuff, and they were able to find them back thanks to Portfolio. So if you are OG on Solana and you never yet use Portfolio, I really advise you to do it. You might find money that you might have forgot, which is a great way of trying for the first time an app. But that's the current state. So what's next? What do we want to build for the future? So I'm really proud and happy to announce today that we will be releasing a new app which is made for the new people that want to discover apps on Solana. And so I'm introducing explore.ag, which is the best place to discover and find new apps on Solana. It's live today, you can already check it. It goes like all the apps that exist. We also display tokens from any app that were launched. We also display some additional metrics on each of them. And it's really the greatest way to find apps based on many metrics that you can find. And that's possible also thanks to a few of our partners. So thanks to SoulScan's team who helped us also provide some additional data on top of it. So you can quickly explore, compare, find your feeds with custom filters, tailored to your search, find exactly the apps that you need. We also provide in-depth data, so showing the tokens, market cap, fees, revenue, volume, whatever we can provide, we want to show it so you can quickly compare two apps between and also maybe find a new gem. But that's not it. This tool is powered by an open source repository. So it means this is being built in public and anyone can add apps to this website. And we want you guys to help us create this new website because the data that you guys can power, also anyone launching a new app on Solana can provide the data to this new website so it can be discovered for newcomers. So if you have any app launching or if you know an application that might not be inside this website yet, please submit a request and we can directly integrate it. There is so far, I think, 320 apps being listed on the website, but I'm pretty sure there is a lot of them missing. So that's what we're trying to achieve. So we served already existing users with Portfolio. Now we're trying to serve people that discover on-chain finance through the explore.ag website. But let's talk about what Portfolio will be in the future. We want also to help attract people which are not yet on-chain and want to maybe explore the on-chain world. So our vision for Portfolio will be to build the best experience for grandmas and babies out there. And to do so, there is few goals we will try to achieve in the Portfolio team and in JupAG in general. So the first one will be to improve the entry layer. And what I mean by that is we need to make sure the onboarding is so good that people might want to do it twice. We want really the onboarding to be so sticky and so simple that it's like just downloading a new app and any kind of app. It doesn't have to be complex. We also want to create straightforward experiences to help new users explore what exists on Solana. And explore.ag is one of the key, one of the thing that we will use to make that happening. We also want to improve the synergies between the different Jupyter products. So for example, Thomas presented you with the Academy website, which is one of the really good things to use to help new users come into the space. But we want to use all the different products and from the Jupyter suite to create kind of a Web 2 experience, but with the Web 3 efficiency. That's one of the main goals that we will try to achieve on Portfolio. And lastly, educate also the masses. We need to make sure that we follow the user through his journey on chain to make sure he will not quit at some point because of some fraction he might encounter. So Academy is also about that, and I think there is great synergy we can find between those two apps. So that's really our goals as a portfolio team for the next months, and I can even say for the next years, because this is such a big challenge to try to tackle, and I think Jupyter is the best kind of app to be able to set it up. So lastly, I just want to make sure that you can reach out to me for any feedback that you might have. We might need you to help us on some things. So ping us or me directly whenever something is missing on Portfolio or any kind of related things to Portfolio. You have my Telegram and X account as well. My DMs are open always. Also, I want you guys to help us grow the explore.ag by submitting more apps to make sure that everything is listed there. And lastly, send us some feedbacks on feedback.tube.ag. This is the place where you can actually ask for people to be built on Jupyter, and we go through a list of all the demands and requests and try to build what you guys need. So yeah, that's it. I also wanted to thank you, because I think you are the reason why we build today. You are the reason why Portfolio exists, but also Jupyter exists. There will not be such apps without all the users and the reports and the feedbacks that you are sending. So thank you. You are really one of the greatest community that exists, and this conference also shows that. So big round of applause for you guys as well, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Guam. Okay, at Jupyter, not only do we ship some of the best products in the world, but we also ship some of the best teams in the world. And so it is my absolute pleasure to bring onto the stage the CTO of Jupyter, Italo. He's going to be talking about a new team that he's forming. It's called Jupyter Labs. Give it up for Italo! Vamos a romper la noche, mi amigo!
Yo. All right. So yes, all right, everyone. My name is Italo, and today I want to share a new, more intentional way we are approaching innovation here at Jupyter. A few months ago, I realized something. Some of our most successful products started the same way. A developer building because it was fun and interesting for them, and they had enough freedom to ship something real. That led me to a single question. Can we make this more intentional? Repeat this process in emerging areas that matter today for on-chain economies? Things like AI, privacy, new interfaces. That is exactly what Jupyter Labs was created for. Labs is a build-oriented R&D team to identify promising opportunities early, explore them quickly, and with the support of a small squad, usually 1 to 2 developers, taking ideas from 0 to 1, fast. It should be clear that nobody ships like us. But in the next few slides, I'm going to prove that. So today, I am not announcing 1, nor 2, but 3 new releases. Now, we are going to be doing, all these releases are going to be going out next week. This perfectly demonstrates how powerful this model can be. The first launch that I'm very happy to announce today, we are calling it Galileo, our new natural language interface. I am genuinely very excited about this one. I have been personally working on this over the last few weeks, trying to get the initial experience right. Galileo can already do most of the things that you do at Jupyter today. Swaps, limit orders, transfers, using our lending protocols, prediction markets, and much more. With Galileo, our goal is to enter AI the right way. And as a product builder, I strongly believe the best way to do it is by putting something out there in the user's hands early and iterating obsessively based on real user feedback. For our second launch, our new trading Telegram experience, Comet. Comet is built on top of our most advanced trading infrastructure. The same foundation empowers products like Ultra, Metis, and more. In this initial release, you will see core features like sniping, copy trading, with social components coming very soon, including a very aggressive referral system. Our goal is simple. We are going to redefine this category. So our Telegram trading experience is going to have better execution, better performance, lower fees, and a more aggressive referral system than anything else out there today. So for the last product release, I'm not actually going to announce that one today, but you should watch Julian's prediction market presentation tomorrow. You are going to find a surprise there coming out of the labs, or based on what I hear, a few surprises based on what he's going to present. So to close, even though not every release will come out of labs, the ones that do will ship early, fast, and will be in public. Thank you, and I hope you are enjoying the conference.
Hey, good morning, Andy.
Good morning. Solana. I think I bought some of that years ago. Oh, boy.
And now, welcoming the stage, one of the most beloved members of the Jupyter team, here to talk about VFRD. Give it up for May!
Hello. Hi. Isn't that cartoon really adorable? So that cartoon is inspired by the story of Andy, a real-life grandpa that I met last Christmas. And earlier this morning, Cash said that crypto is unsuitable for grandmas. So today we verified we will begin to prove him wrong. Hi, I'm May, and I'll be bringing you through this product that we are building today. So this is our premise and motivation. For on-chain finance to scale, we need trustworthy, verified token information. Every day, 60,000 tokens are created permissionlessly on Solana. And that makes it pretty much impossible to find out which token is the real one. Since 2021, Jupyter has been running the verified tokens list on Solana. We have been through 4 versions of it, and in the first version, we started it out of necessity when the original GitHub repo was deprecated. 4 iterations later, this list has been widely adopted in the ecosystem, used by wallets, apps, explorers, and bridges in Solana. At the same time, nobody has quite been able to replicate what we do. And why is that so? This is a list that we dogfood extensively on Jupyter. We use it ourselves, and on top of just looking at metrics alone, we have real-time community feedback. This means that when the hot launch is up, we are able to verify that token very quickly, and when imposters are out there, we know which one is the real one. So this real-time community feedback loop, because of the users that we have on our platform and the way we use this list, has made what we have extremely robust. And so that's a beautiful, beautiful list. But as we head towards a world with 1 billion chains and tokens, this system is insufficient. Token information today is still very much broken. When you update token information, it is extremely fragmented. You have to go to many different places. It is an opaque process that is run by central parties with no opportunity for the community to give social feedback. And there is still a ton of misinformation that makes it extremely hard for Cash's grandma to use crypto. So today, I'm going to introduce Verified. This is a platform where we are beginning to make foundational moves towards the future of verification that we want to see. Here we go. Verified is our new product that gives you one place to verify tokens and to update metadata. On top of that, you are able to view curated news together with your community, and all of it happens via an open and social process. Every token gets a dashboard where anyone can help with verification, metadata, and the curation of news. So with this, you can say goodbye to fragmented support tickets because there's now one stop for all of your token metadata needs. So in crypto, we often hear people ask, can dev do something? Well, guess what? You are the dev now. Also, we are introducing an open process that is backed by socials into Verified. And why is this so? Information in crypto moves through people. A lot of the metric thresholds out there can be gamed, and reputations still matter very much today. For example, if Toli tells us that this is the Seeker mobile token, then that is probably accurate. And a lot of this information is now back-channeled through Telegram group chats, and it is opaque. So with Verified, we are starting to build up a very open and social process. Every submission that people make or request for verification or change of data or a tweet that they submit is now public. And this sets up the foundation for the community to co-curate verified token information together. And with the same question, can dev do something? Together, we are the devs now. Yeah, so a third very exciting thing for me is that with Verified, we are able to give you verified and highly curated news, even with an open process. Anyone can submit a tweet. You see an interesting tweet or a hot new launch or some piece of information that you really want your community to know, you can come to Verified and submit that tweet. And so that the first question that people ask us is, if anyone is able to come and co-curate information and submit news, does that mean that we will have a lot of spam? So all of this information is approved and is reviewed and approved by humans. And this means that we are able to give you a verified feed with verified summaries that are actually useful, and it keeps grandpa safe. And yeah, just try it out today. You will notice that the news that we have is very good, and I am extremely proud of the data that the team is able to put together in a very short time. And once you start using it, I think you will see the difference in the quality of the information that we give to you. Today, we are focusing on quality over coverage, but we are already starting to grow this list of tokens that we cover. We have more than 500 tokens that we have news and insights for on the platform, and we are continuing to grow it every day. This news is available right where you're trading on spot. It is available in the news tab that you see right next to the interface that you're already familiar with. It is on mobile. On the right screenshot, you can see token insights and news for you, and it's also available on your watch list. Why does all of this matter? And remember Andy from the beginning of this presentation today? So this cartoon is based on a real-life grandpa that I met last Christmas when I onboarded him to Jupyter Mobile. He's a grandpa in his late 60s, and he forgot about a wallet that he had. And when I onboarded him to Jupyter Mobile, he discovered that he has a bunch of MSO that he bought 4 years ago. And when he opened up his wallet, there's actually $10,000 of value in there. And this is exciting for him, but he's a grandpa and not someone who is on CT all the time keeping up with news. So it's really hard for him to understand what has been happening in the Solana ecosystem over the last 4 years. But with Jupyter Mobile and all of that verified information in there, he was able to very quickly figure out what was going on and then make his own decisions on what to trade. So yeah, all of this is extremely empowering for people that we know and care about. So coming back to the premise and motivation on why we need this verified token information, for on-chain finance to scale to billions more and for it to be usable by the people we care about, we need trustworthy verified token information, not from one central team, but from all of us. Verified information from all of us, for all of us. Live now. Check it out, contribute, and let's do something good together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, May. And now we have a very special announcement from a team called Jupyter Launch. Obviously at Jupyter, not only are we shipping at the speed of light, but we're experimenting at the speed of light. So please give it up for Jerry!
Hi everyone. I'm Jerry. Some of you may know me from Jup Studio, DTF. I guess I'm the launch guy. Today I'm here to share about Jupyter Launch and, well, Jupyter and the Web4 vision. So I'll start by explaining a bit of why Jupyter is in, what is Web4 and why we are in it. So what exactly is Web4? Web4 is, I guess, like, is where we are right now, where technological developments, especially cryptocurrency, has improved so much, right, and became so much more accessible that anyone can easily create and transact tokens on the blockchain. And then at the same time, in the bigger world, social media has kind of like overtaken traditional media as mainstream source of influence and information. So tokens also, in the last like 2-3 years, they've become increasingly accessible and legitimized in the eyes of the entire world. And as a result of that, we're coming closer and closer to a world where money creation is becoming more democratized, right? Like anyone with value or influence can kind of crystallize it in the form of social monies. And just to share kind of like, Mel has spoken a lot about the Web4 thesis. Just to share a bit on what he's written, right? So I think we're envisioning a world in which communities of every scale will create currencies that they will use to further their values, kind of push influence and objectives. And it can be as simple as spreading a meme, making the place like, making the world a funnier place, or like if you want to make a big change, like addressing world hunger. And this is kind of like the future we are envisioning and trying to push towards. So in Web4, money shall return to its true roots as social technology. Jupyter is extremely committed to the Web4 mission, so we want to see a world where everyone has equal opportunity to create and harness value. And with that, present to you Jupyter Launch. So this is our new brand for the Web4 endeavors, and it will include Jup Studio, DTF, and a new product called DLE, which I will share about soon, at the end of it. So I guess I'll do a bit of sharing on the current products we have, including Jup Studio and DTF first. So Jup Studio, we launched it in July last year. It's meant to be the launchpad for organic brand and community movements. I think, like, philosophically speaking, we kind of wanted to move away from, like meme coins were hot, right? But also largely kind of seen as a casino mechanism. We wanted to move away from that. We wanted people to be able to create tokens, but at the same time create meaningful value in the ecosystem. I mean, just some quick updates. We've had like over 14,000 total creators, over 40,000 tokens deployed, and creators have made around over $4 million in fees. I think that's like decent numbers. So having said that, so we've been trying very hard to work with these creators, support them, try to innovate new ways of pushing their movements. The fact remains it's extremely difficult. It's not easy to build movements from the ground up, right? Firstly, you have to create strong content, you have to foster strong cultures, you have to grow the community. You need a bunch of people who are aligned with your vision and kind of like they are willing to evangelize the movement on your behalf. And it can be for many reasons, right? But ideally for very fundamental, core philosophical reasons. And then on top of that, you have to attract actual bigger stakeholders. And these are usually kind of long-term aligned, but also like inevitably financially motivated to some extent. They have to be willing to financially anchor your movement, right? They have to, say if you launch a token, they have to be willing to commit money to buy it, anchor the supply, and then kind of like just help to push your token even further. And then you have to keep doing all of that repeatedly. You have to maintain your momentum, you have to keep pushing the momentum, keep growing the community, push content. So, you know, like, this is probably an understatement, but it's an extremely complex challenge to really organically build movements and brands and grow your tokens, right? So just to share some fun facts to kind of like anchor to reality. So with where we are today, anyone can create a token, but it's no mean feat to create monies. For example, out of like 15.6 million tokens deployed on Pun Fund, there's only 362 tokens that are above 100K market cap. So like, you know, you think like, whoa, all the tokens are mooning. Well, they are mooning for like a couple of seconds and then they come back off eventually. So it's really a difficult challenge. I mean, I think here at Studio, we've been trying very hard to figure out how to support and create an environment for all the creators to develop and grow their movements. I think, you know, hopefully everyone's having fun experimenting and learning and growing and getting something out of it. And we'll just continue to keep pushing that. So I just want to say a big thank you to all the Studio creators who have launched with us. I hope, you know, you're at least like enjoying the experience and getting something out of it. And we look forward to kind of continue working with you. So, okay, so Studio part is done. Share a bit about DTF. DTF is basically our flagship ICO launchpad. We kind of want to, I think what YK and Mel felt when we were doing this is just that the launches in recent times have been a bit extractive, it's been messy. We want to launch an ICO launchpad where only good quality launches come on and everything's very transparent, so buyers get what they want. And so for DTF, we only collaborate very closely with good quality launchers. And what we aim to do with DTF is that, firstly, for projects and teams, obviously, we want to help you to raise funds, achieve good distribution, right, through our sales, and then lay foundation for strong growth. For the community, we want to give them an opportunity to get in, be part of the growth journey for projects that are good. And then for the ecosystem, and this is also like a core value of DTF, which is like we only push projects that are contributing well to the broader ecosystem, like meaningful projects that actually bring value. And therefore, like, how do we achieve all of that is that we only work with teams that have strong fundamentals. They have products or platforms that, you know, like, at least like provably have very good potential to provide value to the entire ecosystem. Also, like, a very important part of this is that with projects that we identify, we actually work very closely with them to design tokenomics that are aligned that align all stakeholders for long-term growth. And by this, I mean, we really work with them very closely. So we want to make sure every single launch that comes in, if you're a buyer, you just have a chance to, you know, like, share their growth, right? And like, make sure there are no rugs here. It's all good for everyone. And then also, like, the one big thing we want to enforce is transparency. So I think with traditional token raisers, teams will have token supplies, right, allocated to marketing, community, ecosystem, but they are often centrally escrowed. So there's not much visibility on the supplies. With DTF, we made it a central mandate that all declared allocations have to be on-chain, and vesting schedules are enforced through Juplock. So, and we make sure to have that information very visible for everyone. Yeah, so I think if your project kind of like who's doing well and providing value, you're building something cool for society, I mean, for the ecosystem, feel free to reach out. And then, okay, so not most projects we won't push most projects on DTF, right? Specifically because we only want tokens. We want to make sure every token has a good chance of doing well. Sometimes, you know, like projects want to raise more, they want to sell more tokens, or they have airdrops. So these are the things, I mean, at least at this point, we don't want to commit too much to, because we want to make sure that ICO participants are protected and benefit. So having said that, we are going to introduce a new product. It's called the Jupyter Dynamic Launch Engine. So it will be a decentralized end-to-end token launch program. So, yeah. So I think for a lot of the projects that we speak to, sometimes we don't want to have them on DTF, but we're going to build a tool where any project can go on it and have a very configurable launch that potentially also will include a pre-sale if you want to. So the DLE is going to be an easy-to-use front-end tool for end-to-end token launches. So you start by minting a token. You can conduct a pre-sale if you want to. You transparently declare all your allocations and do block it, and then provision the liquidity pool at the end of it. And this will all be done through the Jupyter DLE wrapper program. And why DLE, right? Well, firstly, it's decentralized, so then it's very in line with our philosophy of on-chain and everything. So you can conduct an entire launch from start to end trusted via a single Solana program. And it's going to be very transparent, because what the deployer does is that you launch a config, you declare your configs, you declare your allocations for each of the phases, and then the program cranks it through all of the phases, right? And so everyone knows what's going on. And of course, like token allocations are transparently locked via JupLock. All vesting schedules are adhered to programmatically. And I think very importantly is that it's going to be very accessible to everyone, right? Like, I mean, right now, if you want to launch a token, on most projects, you have to get a dev, and then he mints a token, and he goes like, oh yeah, and then find a pre-sale, try to get on the launchpad, do a pre-sale, and the allocations are not transparent, and then go and manually deploy the LP. With DLE, what we're going to do is that we're going to make all of this super easy, because it shouldn't be hard to launch a token. And I think this will be a tool that I think a lot of projects will find very helpful to their journeys in crypto. Yeah, so I think that is most of it. So moving forward, what I expect from Jupyter launch, with Studio, we are planning a UI UX revamp. We received a lot of feedback about the experience. We're going to improve that, and we're also going to continue supporting creators and try to find new ways of supporting. With DTF, you know, we are kind of like going through everyone who's interested. We're trying to find the best launch for the community, so hopefully something good soon. And for DLE, I guess the plan is a Q2 public launch. Yeah, so ideally, some point soon, everyone can just use Jupyter Launch, right, for all types of tokens, social monies, project tokens. So, and if you're a project or team looking to launch a token, feel free to reach out to me. Yeah, and I can share more with you, and you know, we can help you with all of it. Yeah, all right, I'm done. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Jerry. Now look, that wraps up some of the most important talks on day one, back-to-back announcements of some of the things that you're seeing shipping over at Jupyter, some of the new teams that are forming. And of course, we have a very, very special celebrity guest that we've been talking about a lot today. This person is coming into the building. They will be here very, very soon. We need you guys to sit tight. You will definitely not want to miss this. And by the way, I do have a question. Who here was at CatStamp Bowl last year? Oh, come on, make some noise if you went to CatStamp Bowl last year. All right. Now, who remembers the burning cat? Oh, that was a good time, right? We also burned, I think, 1 billion jupe, if I'm not mistaken. Well, you know, we have a very special video that we prepared that talks all about this cat and where that cat has been. It's had a very, very long journey, all the way from Istanbul to a year later here today. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, you definitely do not want to miss this very special guest that we have coming in about 30 minutes or so. We don't want to rush him. Now, do we have this video? All right. Here to show you the burning cat, let's go, the Jupyter team! is now forever immortalized in the ancient city of Istanbul. So, I see that we still have a crowd here, and I'm telling you, when this guest comes, you'll want to come front row. We're going to take a very, very quick break. We will see you soon in about, like, let's say 20, 30-ish minutes, and we'll see you very soon. Please stay in the audience. We'll see you in a bit. Adios.
Imagine somewhere up beside. I feel God can I feel ya. Try to find a sweetness in the time. Wash away your something say. We can get the good stuff of it. I climb and play. I snow just stay. We can get them off guard with it. You want me, but you know it all, and me know, and me know. You want me, but you know it all, and me know, and me know.
Relájate, cariño. Relájate, amor. Toma caipirinha, siente el calor. No te enfadas más. Ven, ven, dame tu paz. Pasa lo que pasa, conmigo te vas, te vas, te vas. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa encendida, quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días, noches. Yeah. Sabes, drama no pega en verano. Olvida los celos, olvida rencor. Aquí no hay pelea, mi amor. Solo reggaetón, ton, ton. Solo reggaetón. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa encendida, quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días, noches. Yeah.
tardes conmigo. No pude ser tu abrigo, pero piénsalo lo bonito. Esta canción para ti escrito.
Chiquitita, pitufita, para mí tú más bonita.
Sin ti todo pierde sentido.
Mami linda, yo no quiero esta vida sin ti.
Oh, no, por favor te lo pido. Quizás te piensas cosas así, lo sé, pero piensa lo maravilloso que tenemos y podemos. Te pido este amor, mantenemos. Chiquitita, pitufita, para mí tú más bonita. Sin ti todo pierde sentido. Mami linda, yo no quiero esta vida sin ti. No, no, por favor te lo pido. Por favor te lo pido. It's always what you need. Go go. Don't breathe it now. The Lord don't you can never know. Until I build, I'll lead you and never slide. And I hope or sand and fire is what you want.
You guys have been so patient. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for being here on day one of CatLumpurr 2026. We're gonna do a little bit of a vibe shift here today. We're gonna calm it down a little bit because we have a very, very special guest, but I want you to guys have your biggest smiles on. Of course, I'm not pretty enough to introduce this speaker, so instead I will be bringing one of my best friends in the ecosystem to the stage. You know her, you love her, she always brings a pep in your step. Give it up for Linny!
Hi everyone! Hi guys, I'm extremely excited to be here today, so thank you for having me. I'm Linny from Jupiter, for those who I haven't met yet. And today's a very special day. I'd like to get a little bit vulnerable with you all, if you'll allow it. I have a confession. I actually turned 30 years old this year. Mixed feelings about it, you know, mostly happy, a little bit sad, and, you know, as I look back on this last decade, there's one really big realization for me, and that's that most of my 20s I spent doing things to please other people rather than myself. And these were things that, you know, in hindsight, actually made me very deeply unhappy. Essentially, I spent most of my 20s working on Wall Street in finance. And that experience was exactly as you would imagine. You know, grueling hours, extremely stressful work environment. I remember, you know, printing investment memos at 4 a.m., dodging staplers that were thrown at my head by my boss, which in hindsight probably prepared me to work with Meow. Kidding. HR, I'm kidding. But the truth is that I never really had a desire to, you know, climb the corporate ladder at all. And yet I still stayed there for 7 whole years. And that was until my health, you know, took a turn for the worse. And it wasn't until I really hit, you know, my personal rock bottom that I finally really understood something that I think all of us implicitly understand, but tend to neglect at times, and that's really just that life is not about adding more and more and more and more and more, right? It's actually about freeing ourselves and consciously getting rid of the things that make us unhappy and intentionally choosing to keep the things that make us happy instead. So essentially, back to my story, I quit and I had my little eat, pray, love moment in Bali. I lived there for a year. I taught yoga and Pilates, which was a whole 180-degree turn from what I was doing before. But this was the first time that I really consciously started choosing the things that spark joy for me, which were mostly around health and wellness and movement. But it was through this experience that I gained a completely new perspective on what building a fulfilling life really meant for me. I found my boyfriend. I don't know where he is. He's somewhere. And ultimately, I found myself back in finance somehow, this time in Web3. But this time, I had a focus on bringing my background in TradFi together with this new effort to bring a more conscious, intentional energy to the space. So all of these decisions that I took, everything ultimately led me here to be in front of you today and to be in my role at Jupiter. And as I was thinking about this, it's really the element of keeping joy alive for myself, but also for all the people around me, that's incredibly, incredibly important. So today is a very, very, very special day for us at Jupiter. We're doing something brand new. We're trying to bridge two different worlds together that, on paper, don't always meet. One is a global cultural movement, sparking joy and intention, and the other is crypto, which I believe could use a little bit of lightness and some more positive energy. You're probably wondering who our special guest is today. Some of you may already know, but let's find out.
Please welcome Marie Kondo.
You've been called the tidiest woman in the world.
You were one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people.
Have you ever heard the phrase, does it spark joy?
Kondo has a simple strategy. If things in your closet, in your life, don't make you happy, and let them go.
Her hit TV show and best-selling books have made her a household name. But who is Marie Kondo?
So before we bring her up on stage, just quickly, I am absolutely honored to be introducing one of my personal idols to you today. I actually found the KonMari method at a time in my life where I truly desperately needed it. That way of thinking, of intentionally choosing, has stayed with me ever since. And it's a big, big part of who I am today. Her method has positively impacted millions and millions of people around the world, including many of you here today, I'm sure. So some of you might be wondering, what's next for Marie? What's next for the KonMari method? And I can tell you, when I found out that we would be doing this today, I was so incredibly excited to be announcing it to you and to be part of something so special. And I'm happy to share that the next phase of bringing joy and spreading it around the world will happen together in partnership with KonMari and Jupiter through the Joy Movement. This partnership is not just about working with the most significant global social movement of the last decade. It actually accomplishes three very important things. First, it allows us to explore what crypto-native IP could potentially look like in the future. Second, it helps us reach entirely new audiences. We're not going to transcend the crypto bubble by doing the same thing over and over and over again, right? We need a completely new approach, something fresh, a new source of hope and joy so that we can effectively onboard the world to on-chain finance. And third, this partnership is our opportunity to execute on a brand new type of on-chain economic model that the world has simply never seen before. So the point is that this goes far deeper than cleaning and tidying up. We truly believe that joy is one of the strongest bridges between worlds, between Web 2 and Web 3, between creators and communities, and that belief is exactly why we are here today to speak to you about Joy Movement. So, without any further ado, it is my absolute honor and pleasure to welcome the one and only Marie Kondo to the stage.
Hi, I'm Marie Kondo. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to meet all of you here today. First, I have one question. Do you like tidying up? Yes. Wow, thank you. Anyone know? Oh. Yeah, thank you. Yes, right. Tidying is something you would rather not do. And it may even feel unpleasant. But don't worry. If you listen, what sparks joy? Even tidying can become more enjoyable. And today, I would like to talk about magic of joy and talk about our new partnership with Jupiter. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. But before that, I would like to talk about a little bit about my story. Actually, I started to have an interest in tidying up when I was just 5 years old. I got into reading lifestyle magazines, which my mother subscribed to. From that point on, I was completely absorbed in tidying. I read all of books related to this topic. And I tidied up every place I'd go. For example, when I came home from school, I would still be in my school uniform. One day, I tidied up my own room. Next day, my brother's room. Next day, my sister's room. And then the kitchen, the living room, the bathroom, the friend's room, the classrooms, and then back to my own room. I tidied up every day and how I spent my youth. So, when I was 90 years old, I became a tidying consultant. I tried so many methods, and I found the one best. That is how the KonMari method was born. What is a KonMari method? This is so simple. The point is to choose things that spark joy for you. But how do you know which items that spark joy for you? The point is to touch each item one by one. Just looking is not enough. Yeah. Feel your body react when you touch the items. when the items that spark joy for you, you can feel as if all of your body tingles like that. This is spark joy for me. Touch and feel. Kyun, kyun, like this. All of your cells in your body will uplifted. On the other hand, the item in your hand does not spark joy for you. You will feel your body will heavy. Zun. The difference is more obvious than you can imagine. I really want to try your house. Yes, like that, by asking yourself, does it spark joy? Again and again. You can understand what is important in your life, because you can hone your sensitivity to joy through your tithing. It is a tithing magic. So I saw many people change their lives through their tithing, because through tithing they can understand what is important in their life, and it also affects not only your attitude toward things, but also your relationships and your work and all aspects of your lives. So I saw many people change their lives. For example, a lot of my clients changed their jobs. Some started their new own businesses. And a friend got a new partner. And a reader was able to find joy in her everyday life. So, as you can see, I believe in the power and magic of tithing. And I believe in the power and the magic of joy. I have spread this message to the world over 15 years. And I'm so happy so many people tried the KonMari method and change their lives and find their joy. I'm so happy to share the people the idea of joy to the world. And now we are moving into a new stage. This is what we call joy movement. I will leave it to the person who I trust most, my business partner and my husband, Takumi, to give you more detail. But before that, let me talk about a little bit when I first met Meow. When I first met Meow, I looked closely into his eyes because I wanted to feel his intention. And I felt the real honesty and care in wanting to spread joy with us. To be honest, I am new to Web3 and blockchain, but I fully trust Takumi, and I truly believe that together, Meow and Jupiter will protect the heart of the joy movement as we help joy spread further. I'm so very happy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marie.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Try the KonMari method. Thank you. Enjoy.
So as Marie mentioned, this year is extra special. It's KonMari's 10-year milestone. And I'm not sure any of you know this, but behind this journey is someone who has been here from day one, supporting Marie, building the team, bringing the message of joy to a global audience and making it a global phenomenon, including the Emmy Award-winning Netflix series, which I'm sure many of you have seen. Please help me welcome Marie's husband and CEO of KonMari Media, Takumi Kawahara.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Meow. You know that? I'm Takumi Kawahara. I'm extremely excited to share this new movement with you, Joy Movement. For many years, I have worked as CEO and a producer for KonMari. I led our global expansion, including the international book deal and also our Netflix release. As a producer, I was even honored to win the Emmy Award. My mission has always been to share back joy to the world. KonMari method itself spread around the world, and people everywhere began transforming their lives by choosing joy. But today, the world is still chaotic, as you know. Too much information, too many things, constant stress, uncertain future. I kept thinking about this question. How can we live a life that truly feels like ourselves? And then I had encounter that was with Meow, the founder of Jupiter, as you absolutely know. Yep. It began with a conversation on podcast, and what he said completely shocked me. Spark joy means tokimeki is what creates the future of humanity. I felt exactly the same way as Meow. He was already increasing joy in the world through the crypto world. using new technology. He was creating connections and trust across the world. And then he proposed that we create a movement together to spread joy even further. That became Joy Movement. To be honest, I'm not an expert in Web3, but I am an expert in building global movements. And I know a true leader when I meet one. With decentralized technology and a community, people who truly believe in Tokimeki, Spark Joy, can connect across borders all around the world. Sometimes, even if we have a dream, we give up because we lack resources, human resource, money, environment, chance, etc. I want to build a world where everyone can discover who they truly are, use that uniqueness, and make their dreams come true. That is my dream. When many people believe in something, the future is created. Connection is power. That's why I want to start this movement to create true connections through blockchain, through crypto. With innovation in technology that has never existed before, and with a new shift in human consciousness through the Joy Movement, I want to create a new future with you all. I truly hope you will join us. As for the practical ways to participate, I love to talk more casually in the fireside chat coming up next. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Takumi.
Thank you.
He's an absolute legend, as you guys know. Thank you.
Thank you.
So guys, we have one more special surprise for you. Next, we are going to be bringing out Mike, who's the head of Japan for Jupiter. And he is actually the link. So he introduced Takumi to Meow initially. And Mike will be talking to you guys today about why this partnership is important from a Jupiter perspective. So please give a warm welcome to Mike.
Hello, everyone. So most of you might be wondering, where's the context, where's the link going on here? So I'd love to explain. So my name is Mike. I'm head of Japan for Jupiter, and this partnership is very special for all of us, which actually also includes you. I'll explain why this partnership exists, how we're going to push it forward, and this is going to be explained with the 3 E's: expanding, new audiences, exploring possible new IP, and executing new on-chain economic models. Expand, explore, and execute. So let me start by explaining a very important framework. I spent many years in the startup world before joining Jupiter. You might know about this. It's called the technology adoption lifecycle. So here's a quick rundown with the iPhone as an example. With the first 2.5%, we'll see innovators. These are the developers creating the apps on the App Store. These people tend to capture most of the value with new technology that comes up. Next is the early adopters. The next 13.5% of the population, the people who are waiting in line in the cold before the iPhone drops to be the first ones to buy it. Then the early majority. The early majority is the next 34%, perhaps someone who upgrades to the new iPhone each time. From there, we have the late majority, which might be your parents, right? They have an iPhone, but they have an older version. And then finally, it's the laggards, the final 16 who might never actually even end up using an iPhone. So that's the technology adoption curve. Now, where do we apply this to our world, which is crypto, Web3, Web4, blockchain? Our Earth has roughly 8.3 billion people. Coincidentally, we have 8.3 million active wallets on Jupiter. So as a result, you are one of the first 0.1% of the world, which makes you an innovator. Yeah, let's go. As Miao likes to say, we are so early. We are the first 0.1% of the world. So now, what about the general crypto audience that doesn't use Jupiter? Well, there are 600 million people who have owned or purchased or used crypto once in their life, which is 7% of the entire globe. So the entire world is in the early adopter segment, but we are in the innovator segment. So the first E, right? Expanding into new audiences. We're now moving from the stage where we're going from early adopters in crypto to the early majority. The first 13.5% to the next 34%. This part of the curve right here. And in order to do that, we need to expand by shipping new features. This is one step. That's why Jupiter ships so much, right? We started as a DEX aggregator, aggregating liquidity on Solana, and now we're moving towards the DeFi super app. There's a reason for this. It's so we expand into new audiences. You might know about RPCs, perps, ZK, etc. Your parents, they're not going to understand this. I don't think you want your mom and dad to be playing around with 250x leverage. That said, Jupe lend. They might be able to get, so apparently 12% today. I don't know if you guys checked, but if you lend Jupe USD, you can get 12% delta neutral yield. Delta neutral is important because your parents, they don't want to worry about the price going up and down with their retirement nest egg. They'd rather have something that's safe and yields them perhaps the retirement. So this is a real life use case in which shipping new features allows us to expand into new audiences. Next, partnering with others. We have an incredible community of humans, which includes artists, creators, IP creators, and we need to partner with many people to amplify our vision to the world. We have been doing an incredible job so far. We will continue to do so, but the real challenge and opportunity from here is exploring new possibilities. This is the next E, explore, exploring new IP. I'm going to combine it because I don't have much time with execute, executing new economic models. Exploring and executing come together. So what does it mean to explore crypto native IP? We saw this with NFTs. We saw this with meme coins, people gathering around ideas, art, communities, and this is a good first step. But what's next? Admittedly, I don't have the answers as well, which is why we're in the exploration phase. But this is the core of exploring the idea behind Web4, Miao's vision for social monies. Solana's tagline for 2025 has been internet capital markets. Most of you probably already know about this. The capital markets are very specific to raising money for a business. Traditionally, that was Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange, right? The Solana Foundation is all about becoming more institutional in 2025. RWAs are easy to understand. However, Web4 goes much bigger than this. What if you want to support or feel like you have ownership for just a small idea, a social movement? Perhaps instead of RWAs, it should be RWIs, real-world ideas. I hope this doesn't catch on because that's a very uncatchy one. But the question here is, how can we put love, joy, emotions on-chain? Right? This is the core of our exploration phase where we're looking to explore and execute on with our joy movement. So the question here is, how do we use blockchain technology as a tool to empower more people in the world to be joyful and share that with other people? Marie Kondo has touched the hearts and souls of millions of people. I like to make a little joke that she's the most second famous Japanese person in the United States after Shohei Ohtani, right? Baseball player, killing it out there. And so the question here is, can we use blockchain technology to empower the joy movement and KonMari's mission of spreading more joy into the world? She's done a good job getting us to the first tens of millions, hundreds of millions of humans. But how do we get to the next billion humans? So that's what we're here to explore and execute using blockchain, Web4, to really spread more joy in the world. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Mike. I'm going to get you to stay up, actually. So, hi, guys. Since we have a couple of extra minutes, we're just going to set up for a super quick fireside chat. Joining Takumi and Mike will be Eric, who is a global speaker and a very big advocate of joy on his own platform. And he will be leading the joy movement. So please help me welcome Eric, Mike, and Takumi on stage.
There we are.
Here you are.
What's the order again? Okay. Did that make sense, what I was saying? Did that make sense? Okay, good.
Hi, guys. Hello. Okay, Eric, we're going to start with you since you haven't been properly introduced yet. So can you tell us why personally you want to be part of the joy movement?
Hi, everyone. Mike 5. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Eric. I think joining the joy movement is deeply personal for me for two reasons. If we look at the world today, the state of the world, there's a lot of chaos. The emotional burnout is on the rise. Depression is on the rise. I'm pretty sure every one of us today, we have at least one friend or two friends that's suffering from depression, that is emotionally burnout. And it's very sad. And so, when I first heard that, Takumi and Marie want to start a joy movement, and they really had the trust of the world, this can work. Joy, I don't think, is going to be a luxury anymore. I think joy is a lifeline for a lot of people. So that's the first reason why I joined. The second reason why I joined the joy movement is because of Jupiter. I have to have a disclaimer. I know very little about the Web3 crypto world. I'm from the Web2 world. The only connection I have with Jupiter is actually Mel. Because Mel and I, we were university classmates, so we studied together for 4 years. And I remember when first Mel shared about the joy movement, I knew that I wanted to be part of it. Why? For a movement to work, it needs to be open, it needs to be permissionless, it needs to be transparent. A lot of the movements you see is very founder-centered. The value stays within the founders. It doesn't reward, it doesn't recognize the people that pushed it, that participated. So there needs to be a technology for that, and that's where I learned about on-chain. So there are two words I learned. I learned on-chain, I learned degen. I have no idea what degen means, but everybody seems so nice, so I suppose degen means nice. If that's the case, then I also want to be degen. So that's going to be my new Instagram handle, I suppose.
You're well on your way to becoming degen, for sure. Okay, so since we're on the topic of on-chain, Takumi, can you talk to us a little bit why it's important to bring the joy movement on-chain?
Yeah. I'm happy to share my thoughts why we entered the on-chain community, because we spread the joy and this KonMari movement on off-chain. We already have a huge fan base and also audience, but we need to create more trustful, transparent connection through on-chain. That's why I joined this movement. And also, I want to unlock the real power of on-chain to create a new future. If we create this movement successfully, tons of people come on-chain. We can change the world from here, I believe. So that's why we, ended up.
Thank you. Mike, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so Meow and Takumi are part of a very special club in which they've created something which has touched tens of millions of people, right? Takumi has helped with Marie Kondo to spread, the KonMari method, helping people tidy up their house, than their soul and really bringing more joy into the world. And Meow has created, we're moving towards the DeFi super app, right? That has tens of millions of users. And when that happens, these two folks are at this like 30,000 foot level in the way that they think, right? And they see things that we can't see, right? As we're really just focused in our day-to-day life. And when I first met Takumi and we were talking, I had the impossible task of trying to connect Marie Kondo to Meow. Think about that. Think about everything we know about Meow and his 10,000 mile per hour thinking, how fast he talks, how, the muscles he has, how powerful his energy is. And then think about what we just saw with Marie, how calm she is, also how powerful she is. Imagine trying to put these two people in the room together, right? I was so scared, so frightened, right? But Takumi here, he told me that with what I've done so far in the past few years with KonMari Inc., which is the company that does everything with Marie Kondo and everything, he said the one realm that he hasn't conquered yet is blockchain. And with blockchain, it is a mechanism that really can create and coordinate humans together, sometimes for the worse, sometimes for the better. And so what we really want to do is use blockchain technology, Web 4, the thinking behind Web 4, and the spirit of sparking joy to really create a change in the world. So yeah, that's kind of a little bit of how it came together.
Thank you, Mike. Takumi, another one for you.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit how, when you met Jupiter, what really convinced you that we were the right team to partner with?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer. And easy. Yeah, I feel joy with Jupiter and Jupiter team itself. And to be honest, at the beginning, I'm a little bit scared about what's on-chain, what's the crypto, something like that. But I gradually learn more about Web3 and Jupiter. I feel completely comfortable to work with because everyone has their passion. Everyone has their mission by themselves to create the new world with the technology. That's why everyone come here, right? So, yeah, I'm really excited about to create a new movement with you.
And I feel like yesterday was a sign. I don't know if you all noticed, if you look up the sky yesterday, you don't just see the moon, you actually see Jupiter as well. And I don't know what's a clearer sign than seeing Jupiter in the sky for us to confirm this partnership, right?
Yeah, yep.
Written in the stars.
The stars, yeah.
So Takumi and Marie actually came to the office yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
And met the whole team, and it was really incredible. I can definitely vouch that Takumi is one of us.
And also, yeah, you need to tidy office itself.
We have a lot of tidying to do, energetically as well. So bringing it back to all of us, can we talk about some of the next steps, how we can start the Joy movement together from today?
So we'll start with two things. There are two key initiatives for our Joy movement. The first one is the Joy missions, right? So Joy missions are probably 1 or 2 minutes of fun activities that you can do to spark joy in your personal life, and then you share it with your friend. So we actually have one that has been very, very successful in the Web 2 world, where Marie actually got all of us to do the Spark Joy cake. So we all heard about the celebration cake, right? So she did the one where she got us to think about 5 things that spark joy for us in 2025 and we'd love to bring over to 2026. So we're going to do that on a weekly basis on our X account. So we have an X account as well, we'll share with you in a bit. We're going to do that also on our Instagram account to just rally the world to practice joy, because we really truly believe that joy is not a private emotion. And if we practice joy together, joy lasts longer, joy travels further. So that's something really practical that we can do. The second one is joy projects. So this is going to come much later, where we will be rallying the community, yourself, to initiate projects with your friend at school, in your city, at your workplace, to bring joy at a larger level. So one of the suggestions that came up in the community was to start a joy corner at office, right? Where there will be a place where every day you could write something that sparked joy for you, and if you need more joy, you just come to that corner to recharge, like how you drink your coffee and your tea. So these are things that we'll be launching. You can check us out on the website. It's the home of our movement, joy.is. Yep.
Amazing. Well, thank you all so much for this. Thank all of you for coming here today. I want to officially welcome CatLumpurr to the Joy movement. Let's do this together, one spark at a time.
Can we do one more thing as well? Can I get the AV crew to play a video? So we have something fun that we would love to involve everyone in Jupiter. So this is our website. It's the home to our Joy movement. You can participate by logging in with your email address, and then you can come up with a joyful name for yourself. And then I commit to joy, and now you can add your spark in your city, in your country. And so just imagine, right? Let's see which country has the most joy. So every one of your spark makes a difference, and the more people in your country add to it, the brighter your country will look. So I think that there's a very beautiful way, to make the world a brighter place through joy, one spark at a time. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Ooh, cool.
Thank you.
Woo.
We'd just like to bring Marie back on stage so we can take a quick group photo together.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah. We're done. Okay, we're done. Let's go. Awesome, we're done. Yay, day one, let's go. Okay, awesome, amazing. Wow, amazing. Okay, cool. Go home, bye-bye. But then, okay, on a serious note, okay, today we did a lot of stuff, right? We did Jupiter On-Chain, Jupiter Global, Jupiter Verified. And we talked a lot about how everything came together, right? Under the idea of universal money and everything. Obviously, we are working with some brands to kind of really bring the on-chain message, right? In a way that is probably very different audiences from these guys, So hopefully we make it, yeah. So tomorrow, feel free to come early because we're gonna do a ton of stuff, right? So tomorrow is JupNet Day, right? JupNet Day, I'm gonna meet a lot of a lot of great people that we actually brought to Jupiter. They are actually responsible for building a lot of the technology that we use every day in Solana right now, and probably even outside of Solana. Yeah, so definitely come tomorrow, early at 10. And yeah, and super excited for everybody. Thank you so much.
All right, get it up for now, everybody. We have a few public service announcements. Number one, we need you to visit the Spark Joy MVT Twitter. It's called Spark Joy MVT. There's a quote there. There's a tweet. So we need you to quote tweet, and please quote tweet with something that sparked joy in your day today. And I think it was meeting Marie. Let's give Marie one more round of applause, everybody. Not only should you follow that Twitter account, you should also go to joy.is, and over there you can set the pledge to join the Joy movement. And of course, we're going to do a very brief meet and greet all the way in Hall A. So if you go to Hall A, we will do a brief meet and greet with Marie and a couple of other service announcements. Please do not forget your badges tomorrow. You need them to get in. And also, we have a wonderful after party planned for all of you by our friend Ali Cat. It's going to be starting at 6 p.m. You will absolutely need your badges. Please be at the venue. One more time, let's give it up for Meow, the whole Jupiter team, and Marie.
love.